was it finally meeting Cleo? It was good. It was like very like casual. I guess if you've known someone for a long time, meeting someone is like, oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, cool. Nice to, nice to see you finally. But it wasn't weird. I'm not gonna lie, like not in a bad way. But at this point, I've met so many of my coworkers. At this point, I'm kind of like, we're all just people. We're all just people. It's kind of nice. So yeah, I guess the most surprising part was Nasa was wearing the Sheena hoodie, and that was very cute. Very cute. Who dressed the most feminine? Sheena? Mari's pretty feminine. Mari looks like a little fairy. I saw Mari, and then she took her, like, she was in her pajamas, and I was like, whoa. She actually looks like... Okay, don't read into this too much, but she feels like Tinkerbell. I don't know how else to describe it, but Mari feels like Tinkerbell. Like, very small. I can see that she could be a femboy. Yeah, I can see it. Like, we all take our makeup off at the end of the day, but she had her hair all pinned up and stuff, which I thought was so cute, and she looked like a very, very cute little boy. I can see it. She looked like a really cute little boy. Like a very cute little boy. Like a very girly boy. I don't... Like, very cute. We're very straight-laced, me and Sleepy. So actually, I think we got along pretty well. Like, me and Sleepy would just talk to each other very straight. You know, like, I think pretty similar. And then Mari would just be there like... Yeah! So cute! It's very cute. Yeah, we will clip the part you called her a femboy. I mean, I can see it. She's obviously very cute and girly, but I can see why she could consider herself a femboy, okay? So I don't remember what she did, but I was like, wow, she's so cute. Wow. Dork voice looks like Tinkerbell. No, she doesn't look like Tinkerbell. She feels like Tinkerbell. I don't know how to explain it. The vibes were Tinkerbell-ish. Like, okay, we were together. Pippa had gone to sleep, and it was just me, Sleepy, and Mari talking to each other in a hallway. And me and Sleepy were just standing there, you know, being you know, adults. And then Mari was talking, and then she just slowly pulled herself up, sat on top of the counter, and like pulled her legs in and like put her shirt over them. And I was like, whoa. Yeah, I don't like, it's the vibes, okay? I get it now. Yeah, it's the actions. It's the actions that feel like Tinkerbell. But it's how she acts. It's very, very, yeah, very whimsical. Very whimsical. She's like a little fairy. I have no other way to describe it. Like, she's kind of just like a little fairy. She's a little fairy. She's just a little fairy. She's very cute. Tinkerbell with the fairy dust is fed. Yes, literally. I think she's gonna have some fun stories for you guys when she's back. You can't say that. She became a cube. Yeah. It was really good though.
Lumi said that I reminded her of a little boy and a fairy. And honestly, this isn't the first time I've heard both of those things. I've been stopped in Costco before because somebody wanted to tell me that I would make a great Tinkerbell at Disney. So...
I was dying, as you guys can see, last time we ended on a member stream where I was dying in the stomach. I was not feeling very well, and then all of a sudden, I was just recovering. And then Sakuna was like, why don't you come to Canada? There was a spot in the Airbnb. And I was like, alright. Cause, okay, the story was I wasn't feeling very well, regarding some stuff, I guess. Like, mentally, emotionally, just not... I'm going through a period of self-growth emotionally, which I'm really grateful for. But of course, when you go through something like that, you are not gonna be feeling the best. No pain, no gain. So it wasn't just physical, I was mentally on the up and up, but still feeling a little meh. Alright, so Sakuna thought that maybe if I joined in and connected with everybody a little bit, I'd probably feel a little better. And it worked. I did feel a lot better. I did get a lot of insight and perspective from that trip, from talking to people. And I get the creeping suspicion that I was called in to be a chauffeur, because that's what I did for a lot of that trip. Sakuna actually handed me his car, Mercedes, to drive everyone around. Very small woman in a Mercedes, so that's what I was doing. Free labor. Yes. So yeah, I got flown in to drive his car, which I have a story regarding that because, as you guys know, I am a pretty solid driver. But I will say I've never driven a new car, and you guys know about new cars. They're really finicky. They have a lot of technology in the new cars. They like to scream. I never realized that because I drive a 2005 piece of shit. You know, new cars scream. They go bing bong, beep 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 beep. Brrr. Like it's crazy. A lot of unnecessary stuff. You know, when you park your car, you're going to get close to another car when you park, especially if the space is tight. It just screams the entire time, giving me anxiety. I've never experienced anything like it. It's just too much. It's too much. It gives me anxiety, right? Let's just say I arrive in Canada, all right? Sakuna picks me up in the SUV, in his Mercedes, all right? And we go to the warehouse. And he hands me his keys. He's like, here you go. Yeah, go take care of the JPs. Drive them around. And I was like, oh, okay. I got you. And he was teaching me how to handle the car and stuff. And I was like, this is so many buttons. What? The little like gear shifter isn't even where the gear shifter should be. No, I drive an SUV, guys. I drive a 2005 Toyota SUV. It's completely different from driving a 2024 Mercedes. It was insane. I have a soccer mom then. I do. It's just a piece of shit, okay? I know it's a piece of shit, but you know when somebody cuts you off on the road or treats you really badly and you see them park, let's say near a Walmart, I could take my piece of shit car, park real close, piss them off, and be like, yeah, fucking hit me. I'm not the one driving a Beamer. Can't do that with Sakuna's car, to be fair. I know they feel primal fear because I'm an Asian woman in an SUV wearing sunglasses. When you see that, why would you even bother cutting me off? You should feel primal fear in your soul. Let's just preface this by saying I've never been in an accident. Ever. I've driven since I was 16. So we go to the Airbnb, right? I go to the Airbnb. It's a huge mansion. It's like a huge mansion. I've never really been inside of a house that big. Actually, that's a lie. I've been in a big house before, but like this is probably the second biggest house I've ever been to. Huge driveway, double garage, and a giant boat is parked in that drive. It's big enough so that you could park 3 cars and a boat on that driveway. A big ass fishing boat. It's parked on the far right side of the drive. So the day goes on. I make plans with the girls and they all get thrown in the trash because I get a call from Sakuna. And Sakuna's like, I need you to come by and help me pick up 2 people. You know, I'm the kind of employee where I don't ask questions, I just do. Which Uruka was telling me I should start asking questions. I don't ask questions, I just show up. That's literally how I end up in half the predicaments that I do is because I never ask questions, right? Uruka was like, Sheena, you should start asking questions. But I didn't ask questions. I just showed up. I was on Sakuna's timeline, right? The whole time I was with Sakuna. Remember, I'm driving his car, right? His SUV. So I was holding up the keys while we were talking, trying to signal to him that, you know, he should maybe drive. It's his car. So imagine my surprise in which he didn't take the keys from me. And we get to the car, he climbs in the passenger seat. I'm like, Miss Rat, please. I'm like, all right. I'm like, all right. In my mind, I was screaming, but I was like, all right, I'm gonna have to accept Sakuna's the passenger princess today. This is fine. I've been demoted to chauffeur. This is fine. So I start backing up the car, right? And this was near the warehouse. You know, I do the old-fashioned thing where I put my hand at the back of the seat, look back, and back out, you know? And Sakuna laughs. And I'm like, what's wrong? And he's like, you know, points at the front dash. There's a backup camera. You don't need to do that with this car. And I was like, oh, okay. I've never used a backup camera before. I don't, because my car doesn't have that. You know, it predates that by like at least 10 years. So I'm like, okay. And we meet up with some other girls for dinner. We grabbed dinner. It was like a hot pot place. Right, it was a hot pot. Just remember what he said, right? Remember that. So I was like, okay, you don't need to use, I don't need to do that because this car is a backup camera. So we have dinner, we're eating, and this is cursed. This is so freaking cursed because the tables only fit 4 people and we were total 6 people at this dinner. So there was 2 people that were going to be stuck on another table, right? So we go sit at the tables. The girls all sit down. Sakuna sits at the other table, and I'm standing there like, I could do something really fucked up right now. I could just leave him alone, but he looked so sad. He looked so sad that I was like, man, I feel so bad for this guy. So I decided, I was like, it's okay, I'll just sit with Fishman. But the intrusive thought was I could do something really fucked up right now and leave him alone. And just pull up a chair to the... He is paying the bill too. See, he's paying the bill, right? So it was like, okay, I feel bad if I leave him there. And he's paying the bill. And so... So, like, we're eating, right? And it's like an all-you-can-eat hot pot place. And it was sad because the girls on the other table ordered, like, huge stacks of meat. Like, there's so much food on the other table. And then on our table, because Sakuna's on a diet, I eat like a freaking bird. So our table looked like a diet. Like, it was mostly vegetables. And, like, it was so sad. And it was the saddest table ever. The girls were like eating big stacks of meat. Sakuna and I's table was just soy miss again. All right. To be fair, I was eating so much meat at the other dinners that by the time I got to hot pot, I was like, I just really need fiber in my body right now, you know. So I was grateful, but it just looked really sad, you know? And at that dinner, when we were done, Sakuna laughs. He's like, and I'm like, what? He's like, I realized I could have just driven this entire time. I remember, this is after a whole day of me chauffeuring him around. Alright. So anyways, right? So I'm like, this freaking guy, I should have just left him alone at this table, right? Okay, fuck my Chungus life for real, man. He takes pity on me. So we drive back, right? With all the girls in the car, we drive back, Airbnb. And then it's been a long day. I've been driving nonstop for like 8+ hours at this point. And then he goes, oh, don't forget to pick up this girl at the airport at 1 a.m. And I was like, okay. At this point, I've been driving all day, right? I've been up since like 6 or 7 in the morning, right? And I gotta pick somebody up at 1. It's like, you know what? This is fine. I'm being fed. It's going great. It's fun. Great. Awesome. You know, I ate so much food. I was really tired, but there was nobody else. And this girl was gonna stay with me at my Airbnb. So Udoka was a little worried about me because I seemed very tired at that point. So Uruka was with me, and she was like, you know, I'll go with you, just in case, because Uruka can actually drive, and she's a pretty good driver. I've been driven around by Uruka. So Uruka, so kind, so lovely, gets in the passenger seat, right? And I start the car. And remember what Sakuna said about backing up? I was about to do my classic right hand on the back seat, look back, and well, I was like, I don't need to do that. So I looked at the camera and promptly backed Sakuna's Mercedes into the boat. I don't know. Okay. Hold on. Let me show you a picture of what the camera looks like, because this is fucked up, right? Okay, hold on. I got a picture of... I took a picture. I'm like, okay, so this is what's fucked up, right? Doesn't it look like I still got 2 feet of space? Doesn't that look like I have 2 feet of fucking space? Oh my god! So, there's that, right? The thing is, the boat is tall. It's tall, right? So it cracked off a single tiny panel on the back of Sakuna's car. And I was freaking out. Uruka got out of the car and was like, let me check it. And I was like, okay. I put the car in park. And Uruka comes to my window. It's like, you might wanna, there's the. And I was like, oh no. So I get out of the car. All right. I get out of the car. I'm like, I'm so fucking screwed. All right. I see the crack and I pick up the pieces of Sakuna's car. I'm like, sad B. Imagine sad B. All right. Instead of this, Okay, instead of his little vegetable, I'm holding pieces of Sakuna's car. I literally start crying. I literally start crying, right? I'm literally crying. Okay, I'm literally crying. They're like shards, all right? And I'm like, is the boat okay? And we look at the boat. The boat is fine. Not a single scratch on that fucking boat. I don't know what they make out like boats out of, but there's not a single scratch on the fucking boat, all right? So yeah, so there was like 2 little shards. And so I was like, oh my god. And then I'm like, can you call? I was like crying. And then Uruka was calm. Thank God for Uruka. Uruka's like, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I'll call Sakuna. So she calls Sakuna, right? She goes, so, and then I'm like freaking out. I'm like already crying into the car, like literally holding the car and like crying into the crack at the back of the car. And Uruka's just standing there, like calling Sakuna, like, Sakuna, so there's a crack, a small crack at the back of your car. And yeah, so and then I was like, after it calmed down, I texted Sakuna the picture you guys just saw, right, of the freaking boat and the back camera. And then it was like he was like, damn, like it literally, the stars aligned, because it was the one situation in that the backup camera can't see the top of the boat, so it only chipped off like the top part. Like it didn't crack a window. It was like the tiniest panel. So I was freaking out, and then I still had to go pick up this girl, and so we ended up picking her up, bringing her back. I was so upset at that point, right? Uruka's doing her best to calm me down this entire time. It's okay. You were tired. You're not used to the camera. You know, Sakuna made you drive around all day. And then I told her about Sakuna said, I was like, Sakuna said I didn't need to do my old-fashioned check. And I was like beating myself up because I was like, it's the one time, Uruka, the one time I didn't do my check, and the boat was there, and we get back. You know, so that day, apparently Uruka goes up to sleep in her room. She's rooming with 2 other girls, and apparently they were yapping all night. But I had my own room, so I went, and I was so done with that day. You just imagine me holding Sad B, looking at his face, and being like, fuck today, Sad B, and promptly went to sleep. I was holding Sad B and I went to bed. And so the next morning, I get up, Sakuna calls me. I was like, Sheena, can you bring the car in to the body shop? I'm gonna get it checked out. And I'm like, okay. So I had to do the drive of shame to give Sakuna the car. So I could take it to the body shop. Alright. And then I was like, and then I had to hand over the keys, and I was like, I am so sorry. And he's like, it's alright. And then he goes, gets it checked, and he's like, the body shop guy was so confused because he had no idea how we broke this particular panel. And he's like, luckily it's not really expensive for this particular panel, and we got really lucky. But yeah. But apparently the body shop guy was like, how the fuck did you do this? And he just said, we backed it into a boat. Which made even less sense. The body shop guy was befuddled. He was so confused. No, it was a pretty cheap fix for him. So he's like, yeah, we got really lucky because it was a really cheap fix. Just one panel. Just one tiny panel at the back. We're good. It's like cheaper than fixing like a bumper or like something stupid like that. So it was like, it's probably like the same price as like changing a bearing on a wheel, because that's how small it was. So we got really, really lucky. But yeah, Sakuna was good-natured about it. He found it more funny than anything. Sakuna was good-natured about it. I told him, like, bro, You told me not to look, but I'm never listening to you again. He was just like laughing the entire time. So he was good natured about it. The real MVP here was Uruka, okay? The real MVP here was Uruka. Uruka the entire time was like, it's not your fault. You're just tired. It's okay. You know, you've been driving around all day. This is Sakuna's fault. Uruka was so sweet. Oh my god. Yeah. She spent the entire night like being like, it's okay, Sheena. I know you're beating yourself up right now. Like, you're just... Oh my god. Yeah, so bless Uruka. Uruka was such a calming presence this entire trip. Uruka was so sweet to me. Oh my god. Yes. Yeah, it was great. It was great. Yeah, so now I'm gonna have to I have to wear that badge of, I guess, Sheena crashed Sakuna's car into a boat. That's I guess that's gonna be my legacy. I guess this is it for me, guys. This is my mark on this company. Yeah, just imagine Sad B holding 2 shards of Sakuna's car. I broke it. It's over. Thank you so much for the Shuba Tachi. Imagine crashing into a stationary object. Truly impressive. Jesus Christ. Anyways, yeah, thank you so much for the show. Bot pickle cucumber boat goes binted. Ben's goes dented. I'm never gonna live this down. I have to graduate now. But then if I graduate now without doing something better, we're gonna remember me as the girl who crashed Sakuna's car.
Oh yeah, she like messaged me when it happened. See, she messaged me when it happened because Sheena was like really worried about it, but like, dude, it's basically his beater car. It's basically his beater. Like, he has multiple vehicles. So it was really late when she messaged me and I was really tired. So I looked at my phone and I texted back, don't worry about it. And I fell asleep, which probably made her worry about it more. But yeah, it was like a non-issue in my perspective.
And some time passes, and then she's like, "Okay, I need to go pick up Clara, because Clara went somewhere else. Had to go pick up Clara at the airport." And I'm like, "If you're like," she looked really tired. She looked very tired. So I was like, "If you're tired, I can drive." And she's like, "No, it's okay." So yeah, I was like, Sheena, if you're tired, like, she looked really tired. So I was like, if you're tired, I can drive. Like, it's no problem. I have my license physically with me. She's like, "No, it's fine. I'll drive. I'll just come." I'll just come, just cause. I'll just come. So we head out to pick up Clara, and like, mind you, I'm not expecting to be outside, so I'm just wearing my pajamas. It's like cold outside, but I just get in the car, we turn on the heater, it's all good. So she like backs up the car, and then she backs up the car, and out of nowhere we hear like a really loud sound at the back of the car. Like a very, very loud, like, I don't even know how to describe the sound, but it was a very loud sound. And then we're like, what the fuck? Turn around, I'm like, the hell? And then she like pulls up a little, so she's like, fuck, I think that's the boat. So she pulls up a little so that the boat isn't like on the car anymore. And then I turn around and look, like, everything looks perfectly fine from the inside, you know? Everything looks perfectly fine from the inside. I'm like, oh, that really loud sound was just the sound of like the tarp on the boat squeaking against the window. You know how like when there's friction, sometimes things make a really loud sound. So I was like, that sounded really bad, but I'm pretty sure it was literally just the friction of the tarp on the boat. And she was like, I don't know. I'm like, okay, I'll just go out and check. I'll just get out of the car, I'll look. But yeah, so I get out of the car, like, not expecting to see anything. at all. And at first I didn't see anything at all. Like, mind you, it's like 12:30, like 12:20-ish a.m. It's dark. It is dark. And I get out, I look at the car, and I'm like, it looks fine to me. And then I look on the other side, I look closer, and I'm like, oh. Okay. So I see like this crack in the frame of the car. It's not a very big crack. Like, in the grand scheme of cracks in cars, it's not a very big crack. But it's still a crack. And like, you know, I'm not like panicking per se, but the thoughts that were in my head were like, so that's definitely damage. But it's like not a lot of damage, like it should be fine. So I'm like, I don't really know what exactly, like I don't know much about cars. So I'm like, I don't think that's like a big deal. But it definitely needs to be fixed, but I don't think it's a big deal. But Sheena's still in the car, so I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I gotta tell her. But I'm like, I'm still kind of processing like the crack in the car, you know? So I go over to her side, I tap on her window, and I'm like, cause my brain is kind of still processing the crack in the car, you know? So I'm just like, you might wanna like, I think it's fine, but you might wanna take a look. and now looking back, I probably should have just been like, there's like a minor little damage. but I think I was being a little too vague. But it was just because I was confused and I was still processing the crack in the car. So I was like, I don't there's so she comes out, she sees it, and she starts freaking out, you know? I mean, understandably, because it's not her car. You made her cry. I did not make her cry. I did not make her cry. I was just like, I had to tell her somehow, but my brain was still processing, because like between the time that I saw the crack and I was like, maybe I should tell her, there was only like maybe 10 seconds. I was like, I don't really know what to do in this situation, so let me just call out Sheena. So she starts freaking out. And at that point, I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm like, first priority is Sheena. So I'm trying to calm her down. I'm like, it's fine. Like, it's fine. It's not very big. And she was like, it's not fine. I'm like, it's okay. It'll be okay. Like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, it's really not that big of a crack. And I've known Sakuna long enough now that I'm like, I don't think he would freak out about this. He's relatively reasonable, you know? So I'm like, I think it should be fine. But obviously Sheena's freaking out because she ran into a boat. So she's like, she's freaking out, and we're like, she starts trying to like piece together tries to piece together the pieces of the boat. Not the boat. The boat was fine. The boat was perfectly fine, by the way. The boat is sturdy as hell. I'm like, okay, we should probably, I don't know, like take a picture or something. So she starts trying to like put the pieces back in to make sure we have all the pieces. I help her put the pieces back in. Cause to me, like, I was like, you know, we should probably contact Sakuna. But to me, in my head, I was like, okay, first priority, maybe calm down Sheena first. So I was like, I was trying to tell her, I was like, it's just a small crack, it'll be okay. And she's like, it's not okay. And then she's like, just call Sakuna. I'm like, okay, I'll call Sakuna. So I call Sakuna. And he picks up. Well, he picks up and he's like, hello. And I'm like, hello. And he's like, hello. And I'm like, hello. And he's like, hello. And I'm like, can you hear me? Like, can you hear me? And he's like, yes, I can hear you. Like, why the fuck did you... Okay. So at this point, Sheena's literally like, she's literally crying into the crack of the car. She's like leaning into the back of the car. She's like freaking out. I'm standing next to her calling Sakuna. And at this point, I'm like, how do I word it in like the gentlest way possible? So he goes, I can hear you. And I'm like, okay. So we were going to pick up Clara and we hit the back of your car on the boat in the driveway. And he goes, boat? And I'm like, yes, the boat in the driveway. And I'm like, there's a small crack in the back of your car from hitting the boat. We hit the boat in the driveway. And he's like, what the fuck? He's like, what the hell? Not in a like angry way, but in a confused way. He's like, what the hell? Okay, just send me a picture. And I'm like, okay, I'll take a picture. And then he's like, okay. I'm like, okay. And then he hangs up. And I'm like, okay, let's take a picture. So we piece together the little pieces, and Sheena holds up her flashlight. And I take a picture. I send it to him. And then, I kid you not, word for word, his response, that is not a small crack, lol. I mean, it's a pretty small crack. I think it's a small crack. That lol is a game changer. Yeah, and I responded to him. I responded to him. I was like, I was just trying to word it very gently because Sheena's freaking out. I don't want her to freak out even more. He's like, okay. He's like, is it like a chip? Or is it like bent? Or I'm like, it's chipped. There's like pieces. And he's like, okay, is the window damaged? I'm like, no, the glass is perfectly fine. I'm like, it's just like a chip at the frame of the glass. You know, it's like, and the boat is fine too. And then I send a picture of the like rear view camera. I'm like, she couldn't see the boat, you know? And then he's like, yeah, okay. He was like, okay, it's fine. Like, he's like, just put the pieces in a bag. And we're like holding the pieces in our hands like, oh. Like, just put the pieces in a bag. I'll just take it to the shop. I'm like, okay, cool. Sheena's still freaking out. I'm just telling Sakuna all this while Sheena's still kind of freaking out. Yeah, I wait a bit, and then Sheena's like, okay, let's just go pick up Clara now. Yeah, let's just go pick up Clara now. I'm like, yeah, we can do it. Let's do that. Sheena's going through it, and I'm like, I'm trying my best to calm her down. I'm trying my very bestest to calm her down. I don't know if I was doing a very good job or not, but I was trying my best. She still drove. Yeah, she still drove. She'll pick up damage. I don't know if I should. I don't think I will. Just let it out, man. Just let it out. It's fucked up. It's all Sakuna's fault, man. I blame Sakuna. It's all his fault. We got to the airport and we picked up Clara, which took a really long time because for some reason it takes a really long time to communicate where to pick up Clara. We're like, hey, we're over here. And she's like, oh, but Iori told me to go here. And I'm like, what the? Iori's not even with us. What do you mean Iori told you to go there? I agree, Fishman is to blame. Yeah, because like, she was literally driving the whole day, which she did not, like, she had plans with us, by the way. She had plans with us, and Sakuna is the reason why she was driving all day, even though he could have driven, because it's his own freaking car, and he was there the whole time. And it was really late, and she woke up, we woke up early specifically to go to the breakfast, and he, like, kind of made fun of her for, like, physically turning around to look behind her when she was backing up, so she didn't look. So that one time, she did not physically turn around. She just looked at the rear view camera. And the only reason why she hit it is because the top of the boat was not visible in the rear view camera. It was freaking messed up, man. It looked like there was more space, but that's because the boat is further out at the top part than the bottom. Sakuna actually has some fault. Yeah, so that was like, I do not blame you at all. I know you're blaming yourself, but just know that I do not blame you at all. This is all Sakuna's fault. But yeah, we got there and then tried to find Clara. It took a really long time to find Clara, but we found Clara. Sometimes Sheena would think she saw Clara, and I'm like, nope, not the right white woman. So that is how Sheena ran Sakuna's car into a boat. Anyway, we got Clara, and then we went back, and then Sheena just went straight to her room. I mean, she had a really cursed day. She was driving all day. I really don't know why he did that to her.
Thank you. Now Sakuna can afford a new bumper. You're welcome, Sheena. Okay, when Sheena told me about that, I was like, well, how the fuck do you manage that one? What do you mean? What? How do you back up into a fucking boat? How do you miss a boat? Okay? And then I get in the car, right? And she shows me. Like, at first I see the boat and I'm like, oh, how the fuck did you miss this boat? And then I get in the vehicle, right? The fucking backup camera. First of all, you can like not really see out the back of that thing. Second of all, you look through the backup camera and the boat shows that it's like the backup camera shows that it's like 5 feet away. Chat, like you would look at that and you would be like, oh, okay, the boat is like 5 feet away. I've got plenty of room. I don't need to like really focus in on this boat because that boat is really fucking far away. Like, there's no beeping for proximity. No. I saw the picture. Optical illusion is a daring feature for a parking cam. It really is. It really fucking is. I looked at it on the fucking backup camera. And it's like, yeah, I see how she bumped into it. FYCY, thank you. Here, wasn't Sheena's fault? I don't think it was Sheena's fault. Everybody who saw how it looked on the camera after, it's pretty fucking hard to blame Sheena for backing up into a boat that looked like it was really fucking far away on the camera in a vehicle that she's not used to driving. Appaloosa, thank you. You're a good man, Pip. Love you, brother. I'm not a man. Cargo binted. Yeah, Ben's get binted.
Sorry for not streaming whilst I was in Canada, even though I took a laptop and everything to go to Canada. There was simply no time. The only time I was in my hotel room, I was asleep. I was with Pipa for like 10 minutes, yeah? And then I was on the warehouse stream. And I think I didn't really say much during the warehouse stream because I was just enjoying everyone's company. A certain fish princess dragged me everywhere. No, I wouldn't say dragged. I feel like it was mutual. I guess we can start from the top, right? We should start from the top. So, obviously, I didn't tell you guys that I was going. It was kind of heavily hinted that something was going on, right? Because obviously the JPs are on their trip. And then a few other people were going up to Vancouver. So you probably knew. I think even on a tweet that I sent, someone said, have fun in Canada. Vancouver. And I get picked up by Mary and Sakuna and Sheena. And I am like, I got a hoodie on and I have my face mask on because I do not want to be perceived. I do not want to be perceived at all. Whenever I fly now, I always wear a face mask. Purely because every single time that I've flown recently, I get COVID. So I always wear masks now when I fly because I don't want to fucking die. Every single time I've flown recently, I've gotten sick, so I've been wearing masks every time I fly now. Who is that driving? Sheena. I got in the car and I was like, hello, and I had to whisper to Mary. I was like, who's that? And then Mary was like, that's Sheena, and I was like, oh. Because I got in the car and I was like, why is there a random lady driving the car? I would have thought Sakuna would drive his car. No, it was Sheena. Sheena's a great driver. She is a great driver.
I just came back from Canada because I was doing I'm not going to call it a work trip because I didn't do any work. I just got back from a trip to see a bunch of members of FaZe Connect. Because I just met a bunch of girls from FaZe Connect. Isn't that cool? I met some of my most valuable friends, and I don't know. It almost seems like one thing that's hard for me to consider is they're technically my coworkers. Like, I could say that they're my coworkers, but I think when you're in a company like a VTuber company, there's like more of a camaraderie there. You know what I mean? It's not just like my coworker. It's like my ride or die. You know what I mean? Well, really appreciate you going all out with the effort to try to make these offline gatherings more special for everyone. Even mundane things like warehouse stuff. What do you mean? You know, I feel like maybe... That's cute. That's cute. I do feel like maybe... One thing that I need to figure out is... How far am I allowed to push things? In the sense of, everybody is tired, I'm gonna force them now to play Hangman with me. Because I want to savor every moment I have. Because it's not going to last forever. I'm still trying to figure that out. Which is why when I tweeted today, I was like, I don't know where I stand with everybody. I don't know how I came across, but I had a fun time. So thank you, guys.
Agent G, thank you for 21 months. Looking forward to the stories you have to tell us. Sheena kind of set a high bar yesterday. What did she tell? What did she talk about? I don't know if I'll be able to live up to expectations because I kind of live here. So I kind of live here. Like, I'm sure for some of them it was a really exciting trip. But to an extent. To an extent, because it's not every day I see my friends, but it's every day that I, like, get to eat the food that I'm eating, you know? Like, we had spot prawn, which is like a BC delicacy. And for some of them, this might be once in a lifetime, right? For me, it's like a seasonal thing. It's a seasonal expense. Like, we just all, if you live in Vancouver, every May, June, you shell out like $25 to buy yourself a pound of prawns, and you just go animal style on those. It's lost its purpose completely. Yeah. But yeah, I'll tell more stories in a bit. Let me just get through some super chats real quick. Yeah. Shrimp mention. I really like spot prawn. Spot prawn are infinitely superior to other forms of prawn. Well, I say that, but I probably haven't eaten all the prawn in the world. So, there's probably spot prawn prawn that's better than spot prawn, but I haven't had it yet. Red Hair Cross, thank you for 9 months. Welcome back, Big Bug. Your girl compares talent size but never answer the real question. Who has the biggest caboose? We already know you have nothing. Chugga 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 choo choo. Chugga 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 choo choo.
So you and I were walking down. And we see this sex shop. And I was like, now I am a woman of science. We must investigate. And he was like, indeed, quite. So we go in. We go in. Bro, they had so many butts. They had so many butts. Oh my god, I don't think any of them twerked though. You know the Prawn Hub one that twerks from like 10 years ago or something? I don't know if they twerked. I didn't check. The shop lady was there and I was just kind of nervous. Oh my god, bro. They had a dick that was like literally like this big. Like maybe bigger. It was like literally this and it was thicker than this too. I'm like, what the hell is that for? What the hell? Someone's trying to die. That shouldn't be allowed. That should be like a self-harm tool, man. Shouldn't be legal. They had a lot of stuff. It was kind of crazy. And then they had like swings. They had like things you can tie yourself up and shibari. And then as we were leaving, I look at the door on our way out, and I'm like, wait, they do Uber Eats. They do Uber Eats. Could you imagine? First of all,
when they go to pick up, like, you know, I feel like the idea of buying these things online is like, you want it to be discreet, you know? You don't want people to know what you're buying. You don't want people to see your face when you're buying it. So they, like, I would imagine they'd put it in, like, kind of like Japan when you buy tampons. They, like, put it in, like, a little paper bag, and then they put it in a black bag, and they're like, you have never bought this before in your life. No woman ever bleeds. In case you didn't know, that's what happens when you buy tampons in Japan. And then I would imagine it comes like that, right? When you get a delivery. However, Uber Eats, they have to go to the place to pick it up. So they're gonna know what you get or what kind of thing you're getting. And if you're ordering that big ol' they're gonna know! They're gonna be like, what the heck? And if you're desperate enough to order it on Uber Eats, like you can't wait for like a UPS package or something, that means you're about to get it on in like 30 minutes. You're expecting to, you know. So the poor Uber driver comes to deliver your stuff like, oh God. You answer in your freaking sweatpants and you're all hot and heavy. Ew! Oh my God, man. That or you know what? You know how they have like those scenarios where like usually it's a pizza man or something, but like the delivery driver comes and you're like, oh my, I don't know if I can pay this. How am I gonna repay you? I don't have any cash on me. You know that? Maybe that's what they're expecting. Maybe they're like, maybe if I buy a bunch of lube and Uber Eats it to my house. I'm sorry, I don't have any tip. Maybe you can give me yours. I'm just saying, okay? Kind of a good line. I'm not fantasizing about anything! If I was, I would have mentioned Loki at some point, and I didn't. I want the delivery to know I'm the bigger freak. And by bigger, you mean that you ordered the big guy. That thing was crazy, bro. I still can't believe it. It had balls and everything. It did! It was crazy! It had balls. Oh my God, they had like a big wall of like a pee-pee. And then they had some that juice come out. Like you could pump them full of stuff and it would pump you full of stuff. What was I doing there, science? What do you mean, what was I doing there? Research, duh. Duh. Hello. With how much research you're doing in the name of science, you should join Project Melody's science team and watch her do various yoga poses. What do you mean, watch? Am I not allowed to join? Hello, parents! Hello! Your child is now watching OnlyFans content. I just thought you should know. If your child is watching OnlyFans content and you did not approve of this, you should turn off this person's computer right now. Now, let's get into this. Oh yeah, baby! Oh yeah! Touch me right there! Oh my God, yeah! Yeah! Wait, hold on a second. I'm gonna Uber Eats a big old forearm-sized dick.
Not the ad. Chat, I didn't expect Canada to be a developed nation. What do you mean by this? I don't know. I thought it'd be like... You know when you go to like a really poor part of America? I thought it would just be like that. I didn't think that there was like developed civilization, I guess. I was surprised. But like I came here and there's like clean public transit and like stuff isn't locked behind like acrylic with security things on it. So thank you for becoming Big PP. And like I don't know. It's surprisingly normal. You're in the white part of Canada then? No, everything is also written in Chinese. I see a lot of Chinese writing everywhere. Which is fine. I just wasn't expecting it to be Chinese. I didn't know Canada was like that. That is the white part? Oh. Xiao Hong Shu to you too, my fellow Chinese. Background noise, thank you. The Sakuna part of Canada. How's a Canadian beer? I haven't tried the Canadian beer. I'm not gonna lie. Food here isn't very good. I have not really enjoyed much of what I've eaten here. Even this hot dog is just kind of okay. Solo Zero, thank you. Pippa, how do I change my race? You gotta go into the race options. It's an $8 item you activate from your inventory. I also didn't realize how easy it was to cross the border. I think anytime any member of Face Connect is in Canada, I'm just gonna come over. It's so much cheaper than going to other places. Considering that Canada, California expensive, but Mississippi poor. Going to Canada is a lot cheaper than going to California. Celebration, thank you. Have you tried poutine yet? I have not. Would you guys like to see a stream of me trying poutine? Jenkins, thank you. Canada hate. I don't know how I feel about Canada yet. Yes? You just roll up and they let you through? Yeah. But I asked the border patrol guy if he was Canadian and he like rested his arms on the window and started talking to me about border lore. He seemed very excited to tell me that he was Canadian. He was telling me all about the border. And I'm like, I see. Am I allowed to be just parked here listening to you talk about the border? Granted, it's like midnight, so not really many other people here, but I don't think I'm allowed to just sit here. You initiate conversation again? That one was my fault, because I asked if he was Canadian. Canadians are very friendly. Oh yeah. Except for their drivers. I didn't know some stuff. I'm not just gonna assume and get arrested, right? But like, I didn't know. Are you allowed to make a right on red? In Canada? You are, by the way. I found out because somebody honked at me. But I was scared. I was like, fuck, man. I don't know if that's allowed. Because I'm in another country. Background noise, thank you. You take a plane or drive up? I drove up. I didn't know you're allowed to take a right on red. And apparently, you're not in a lot of parts of Canada. But in some parts of Canada, you are allowed to take a right on red. So, fun fact. Fun fact. If you're not allowed, there'll be a sign indicating so. Learn the freaking laws before you visit. We are dealing with exactly this fucking issue here in America, Pippa, and you know this. I'm not gonna study a fucking law book before I come visit a country. Ryzen, thank you. He was proud because he's in a developed country. I feel like if you get mad about that, you're deranged. You'll never be able to visit another country because you hold yourself to an impossible standard. You will never be able to live up to the standard that you have set for yourself. It's just not possible. Yeah, I figured it out after literally the first stoplight too. Literally the first stoplight I got to. This hot dog is growing on me. What's in the box? Me.
How about you? Did you panic the first time you saw the speed limit, or were you aware of kilometers? I was aware of kilometers, but I was really confused on how to make my car go that speed. Also, people here do not know how to drive. Several people have... How do I say this? People from Vancouver and people from Seattle are psychotic. I will be stuck in traffic, and these motherfuckers from Vancouver will be like, oh shit, there's 5 feet of space. Sorry, 5 meters of space. I better hit the gas and then slam on the brakes to go 5 meters. And you're like, oh my God, I thought traffic was moving. And it takes a few times before you realize that everybody's like that. Traffic's not moving. Everybody here just hits the gas no matter what. Everybody be hitting their gas and slamming their brakes. It's insane. The hot dog was okay. Is there a culture, Pipa? Adapt or go away? I don't think so, man. I think I'll go away. That's just every city. No way. I don't know. And then driving through Seattle? You motherfuckers are insane. You scare me. You know that map that, like, says everybody thinks that their state has the worst drivers? I don't think so. I think Washington has the worst drivers. You know, at least people from California are consistent in their insanity. All right? People from Seattle, they want to die. People from California just want to go somewhere fast. People from Seattle, they just want to die. Background noise, thank you. Everyone else is fighting the zombies that invaded the warehouse, yeah. James, thank you. Fun tip, Tesla's auto brake so you can edge into the lane. I'd use this trick in Vancouver while driving a truck plus trailer to get into lanes. You're telling me I can cut off Teslas? For free? They're like, chat. Thank God everybody drives slow as hell here. Because, like, I'll be on a road, I'll be in my lane, I'll go past a stoplight, my lane is gone. I'm sitting here like, what? What happened? Where did my lane go? There was a lane here and now it's gone. It ended 5 feet after I got past the fucking light. How does that make any sense? Why did they design their roads like that? Why? Why did they design the roads like that, man? Yeah, there was a lane here. It's gone now. Extra lanes for intersections. Yeah, I guess. I assume that they, like, put the lanes in for turning. But, why didn't they make it so that that was, like, a only turning lane? What was the purpose of making it so that I can go I can go past the light and then I immediately need to merge? Why did you design it like that? Who's that? You can't believe Pipa will have meet and greet in the middle of Appalachia on the full moon night next month. It's crazy. Julie, thank you for the Pipa truck nuts fun. I don't want truck nuts. There's people park on the side. Oh my God, Chad! Some bitch parked directly in the road! I kid you not, chat. I kid you not. So I'm driving, right? And there's like this car stopped at a red light. And I'm like, huh, they're pretty far back. And I can't see anyone ahead of them, but maybe there are people. Okay. And, so after the light turns green, I'm like waiting for this person to go, but they're not going. Most beautiful Quran recitation. Thank you, YouTube. They're still not going. They're still not going. It's very strange. I'm like, what are they waiting for? What the fuck are they? Why aren't they going? Am I missing something? Am I missing something here? I don't understand why they're not moving. And then one of the passengers points out, I don't think there's anybody in that car. And I'm like, huh? And I look a bit closer and there's nobody in the fucking car. They're just parked.
just fucking parked in the road! No lights on. Nothing. And you look over, and they're playing with their dog in a field. I kid you not. Unless that was some other random passerby that just happened to be there. It was a free-range car. I have never seen anything like that before. I have never seen somebody park at an intersection before. It's like it was right before an intersection, like maybe 2 cars length at most, 2 very small cars away from the lights. Car probably died and waiting for a tow truck. I don't think so. I don't think so. I was slowing down for a stop, and it was like a highway turning into like a normal street type situation, and so I'm like coming down a hill off like a high-speed zone into like a more residential area, and I'm slowing down, right? Because I gotta stop at the stoplight, and this guy, oh my god, he just fucking, I'm amazed. I'm amazed that he stopped. I didn't think he was gonna stop. Oh, man. We have too many nasty off-ramps. It's terrible. The fucking roads here are weird. The roads here are really, really weird. They feel like they're not meant to be roads, you know what I mean? It's like everything feels like it was designed first and foremost to be a bicycle lane. Matt Larson, thank you. Some drivers are chill, some flag for PvP. Amusing adventures now is fucked up. Are they thin? They're so thin. The roads here are so thin. The roads are extremely thin. There's so many extremely sharp turns. There's so many turns here where I'm like, I'm just like counting my blessings that I didn't take the truck. Because if I took the fucking truck up here, I don't know how... I'm not that good of a driver. I wouldn't be able to make some of these fucking turns. They're fucked up. BC roads gotta be dug into bedrock, so rather than spend money on that, they just don't. Oh my god. Is this Canada you're talking about? Yeah. BC is known for having sharp turns. Is it? Okay, so I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. The roads here, the turns really are super fucking sharp. What are you driving? A normal small car. I'm borrowing a regular sized car. Every time I make a mistake, I just think, oh man. They're probably looking at my license plate and going, yeah. Range Rover for max bills. I'm not buying a car. I don't need a car. Speed limits up here are no joke. 30 kilometers per hour is 30 kilometers per hour on a turn, or you'll find yourself in a ditch. Bro, the speed limits here are fucking crazy. Everything is so slow, and then you'll get something that's like a little bit faster, and you're like, oh, this feels comfortable, and then it'll change for no reason. And you're like, oh, okay, I guess. You know what? Just fucking drop that down from a fucking 100 to 50. Okay, that makes sense. Kilometers, not miles. I do like how pretty much every number is rounded, though. There's no, like, 35. It's just 30. Trying to bait a ticket out of you. That's what it feels like. 100 is like 60, isn't it? Some shit like that.
What was my favorite part of Vancouver? Leaving. Ayo. I really liked Vancouver. There was some parts of it that made me not happy, but like pretty much most of it I really liked. My city do be trash like that. It's actually really nice. It's a really nice city. Didn't expect it to be, so I knew the what people had said about there's lots of Asian people in Canada, I genuinely didn't think I would be a minority, but that's fine. You know, I've always wanted to be one. I did not realize how Asian parts of Vancouver are. I genuinely didn't know that. I'm already a Filipina. That's true. I'm an honorary Filipina. Like, I think they were telling me it's like, is it Richmond in Vancouver is like 94% Asian, I think was the statistic that I got sent. And I was like, whoa, I am a minority, damn. It's a crazy experience. It's just weird. It's just very weird because you think of, like, I don't know, I think of Canada as like this place where it's like, oh, everything's cold, there's polar bears, maple syrup poutine, weird French people. But like my stereotypical image of a Canadian person is they're white. So when the fact that I was just always in like Sakuna's like, let's get food. And then we go to like a hot pot place and I'm like, huh? Wait a second. The food is great though. Yeah, I had hot pot for the first time. I had hot pot and it was very yummy.
So anyway, yeah, I'm back from Canada. I didn't go fight bears or go into the wilderness or anything. But I did get to meet a lot of my friends, a lot of members of FaZe. It was really fun. I actually got in when Cleo did, and so we got picked up together. But the difference between her flight and my flight was many, 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 many hours. Because I don't know if you guys have heard from Cleo, but she's Australian, and Canada is very, very far away from Australia. And so she was flying for like, I don't know, I think she said she was flying for like 30 hours or something crazy. And she got there, and she looked absolutely exhausted. And then we took her to food. And then we made her go eat with us. Because we couldn't check in yet. Yeah, so she sat at the table just like she wasn't hungry. She was like slouching over. She was so tired. I felt so bad. To be honest, I wasn't that hungry either, but I was like in the mood to hang out. So that was cool. It was only like, I was only gone for like 3-4 days or something. But I feel like so much happened. Jet lag. No, I don't get any jet lag. Well, I didn't get any this time. Because I had it easy. I'm just from the US of A. I had it so easy. I sat in like comfy chair. One of my flights was first class. So I was like kicking it. I was kicking it like leisurely, taking a nap, staring out the window, like doodling.
The warehouse is actually pretty nice. Like the office area of the warehouse is actually really nice. Like I kind of wasn't expecting much. I was expecting it to look like ruins, I'm not gonna lie, but it's actually pretty nice. It's quite small, but it's pretty nice. Considering like no one's even there most of the time, you know, it doesn't need to be that big. It does not have a bathroom. It's supposed to have a bathroom, but it doesn't have a bathroom. I wrote out notes about everything, and actually I'm realizing that I think my memory is actually like way more vivid than a person should have. So, I think I wrote a little too many details. Like no one's gonna I don't think people need to know some of this stuff. Every time I meet up with Iori in person, I always end up with a really bad like slouch. Not like a hunchback, but I end up like slouching a lot. Or like a lot of times I hang out with like FaZe people, I end up like I end up leaving the trip with a really bad slouch because I kid you not, like I can't hear them speaking unless I like hunch downwards. I can't hear what they're saying because they're too far below me. so I have to slouch to hear the conversation, and then like I come home and I'm like I have to straighten up again because they're so small. I literally cannot hear you. Like Iori's a yapper, man. She's a yapper. She talks a lot, but I cannot hear her unless I'm bending down a little bit. It's a bit of a problem.
Montreal is like the butthole of Canada. If I puff out my cheeks, I get bigger. Watch. Big bug! Big bug! And I'm not talking about anyone's in particular, right? But whenever there's a gathering of more than 2 girls in this fucking city, someone asks, oh, so are we going to the warehouse to pack orders? Like fucking clockwork. Guys, ladies, just don't mention it. There is a clear fucking solution if you don't want to pack boxes. Just don't mention it. It's part of the experience. I think it might really be. They yearn for the warehouse. They could avoid it entirely. You could technically avoid Sakuna entirely if you come to Vancouver, right? You just have to plan around that. But they don't. They actively, most of the time, it's like the first thing they ask right after landing. It's not, hey, can we go somewhere so I can use a washroom? Do you mind dropping me off at my hotel so that I can freshen up? It's, sorry, we gotta go to the warehouse and pack merchandise? What the is wrong with you guys? What the
Bro. Oh yeah, and that's when we saw the fireman. There were some firemen like in a fire truck stopped, and then I was drunk. Keep in mind, it was like 2 p.m. I had 1 drink, okay? It's not fair, I'm a lightweight. We like went into the freaking public disco, right? Because I saw public disco and I'm like, we need to go to the public disco. We go in and then they're selling like, well, it was outside. It was like an outside festival thing. I don't know what it was. And then they had these cans of drink. And everyone was like, okay, and they got like the 4.2% ones, but I wanted watermelon and that was 7%. So I'm like, yeah, give me that one. And then turns out it was beer. But it didn't actually taste that bad because it was like, I think it was a very small amount beer and mostly just like juice. Anyway, it was 7%. So I chugged that thing and then I got on the dance floor and I was holding that whole thing together, okay? I was the only one giving it my all, okay? I got low, I got crunk, I got... Anyway, what about, oh yeah, the firemen. So then we buy the dog things and then we go out and there's like this fire truck like stopped. And I was like, and then I waved at one of them and then he waved back and I was like, oh. And then I hid behind, I think it was Pico. I hid behind Pico. I was like, oh. He waved at me. But they were still stopped there. So then I think you started recording, and then I waved at the guy in the front of the truck, and then he smiles and waves back, and then I was like, oh, and then I hid behind you. I was like, oh my god, and they were still stopped there. Like the truck just wouldn't move. So it was so awkward. I'm like, can you leave? It's really embarrassing. Why did I wave again? Because it was awkward and they were still there and I was drunk. Oh man. Dizzy said everyone got bored of Chinese food in Vancouver. The first day we're there. I'm translating, of course, as I would, you know. And Sakuna's just like, so what do they want to eat? Dim sum? And I'm just like, and I asked them, I'm like, do you guys want dim sum, Chinese food for breakfast? And they're all like, no. And he kept asking every single day. He's like, okay, for dinner, do they want Chinese food? And I ask again, and they're like, no. But the thing is, right? Here's the thing, right? Their reasoning was like, we want Canadian food. And I'm like, listen, girls, that is Canadian food. I don't think you guys understand. There's not really one decided food, except for like poutine. But I don't know why you would eat poutine in Vancouver. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Sensitivity. Do you have any Canada stories with Pico? Oh, that was gross. I mean, we went to the public disco together. She didn't want to dance, though. I don't know. What specifically did I do with Pico? Oh, there was one time where I took a shower, and then the shower was in freaking Loki's room. So then I left, and Loki was like, "Oh, you have to tell NASA that the shower's free. She wanted it." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And then I go to knock on the door, and Pico's in there, and Pico answers, and I'm in my towel, and she's like, "Whoa, sexy!" And then I posed. I stuck my butt out. I was like, "Oh." And then she drew a picture of it on Twitter. I was trying to show Yuri my butt. She was like, "I want to see your butt." And I was like, "Okay." And Uruka was at like the bathroom mirror. And I was like, "Okay, Uruka, don't turn around, okay? Because I'm showing Yuri my butt." And she's like, "Okay." And she looks in the mirror and sees me indirectly. And she's like, "Oh, God." But then she instinctually turns to look at me directly. And she's like, "Oh, God." And Yuri was like, "Damn, you got a nice butt. It's so..." I was like, "Thanks. I try. I do my best." I did once again meet some Australians in friggin' Canada. And I was once again drunk for the experience. And I did once again start quoting Dingo Dial at them. I can't help it! I can't help it. And then one of them... Okay, forgive me for my language. But one of them was like, "Oh, I can't, we've got to go." And then so I repeat at the top of my lungs, like, "Oh, I can't, we've got to go." And he's like, "Yeah, can you tell that cunt that we've got to go?" And I'm like, "Okay." And then I go up to his friend. And I'm just like, "Oh, I can't, we've got to go." And then the Uber arrived and I left with you. And I never saw them again. Goodbye, my Australian friends. Oh, and the Ravening. Once during a past stream, you said, "Bark for me like a bitch in heat." Yes, I did. I did say that. Out of nowhere. I cry laughing when I remember that. Was it really out of nowhere? Because I don't really remember. I just remember I saw it in a clip. I don't remember why I said it. Why did I say that?
So I got really confused when they said, "Let's go to dim sum," and I was like, "That's food, isn't it?" No, so it was dim sum, and I was so depressed because I had just been, I think at that point, traveling for, I think, 30-ish hours. And I was just wearing my hoodie with the hood up, mask on. I did not want anyone to perceive me. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to socialize. I didn't want anyone to, like, observe me. So they were like, "Cleo, would you like to try some?" And I said, "No." No, I want to go in a bath and lie down and fall asleep. So I was just like, I was pretty miserable after like, I think that point was 30 hours of travel, and like I'd slept okay, but I was definitely needing some sleep. So they basically eat all the food, and I'm like, that looks nice, but I have no appetite. I can't eat that. I can't eat that at the moment. I have no appetite. They did have good food on the plane, but I forgot what it was. But it was good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was pretty rough to be like, hey, I feel like hideous. I feel absolutely hideous. I do not want to be perceived at all. And then to go to a restaurant, I was like, no, can I just go to the hotel and go in the bath? Because...
Well, after I got there, the day I got there, it wasn't like that crazy. Except for... Oh my god. Well, you'll get to hear it from Cleo too, I'm sure. But we gotta have Hot Pot with Cleo for her first time. Cleo gotta have her first time for Hot Pot. I feel like I'm talking more about Cleo than I'm talking about myself. I was just really excited that she made it. We all ate Hot Pot, and it was with me and Dizzy and Sakuna and Sheena and Cleo. But they didn't have a table that had like for 5 people. So we had to split into 2 tables. And Sakuna was like, no, I'll sit alone. I'll sit alone. And Sheena felt so bad for him that she kept sitting over there and checking up on him. While Cleo and Dizzy and I were getting crunk on Hot Pot. Oh my gosh, well, I didn't throw down so hard. Dizzy threw down so hard. Oh my gosh, she threw down so hard. I let them order all of the meats. And they came with like a stack of 20 plates of meat. It was crazy. It was like 20 plates of meat. And I looked at it and I was like, oh god, I don't know about this, guys. But we started getting through it, and Dizzy threw down. We had a meat mountain on our table. Yeah, I was very impressed. I was very, very impressed. Hot Pot. It was Hot Pot.
Here's the thing. On the day that Sheena came in, I had a stream. Right? I had a stream. So everyone was hanging out prior to seeing me. So I was only able to meet them for dinner. And so I asked them what they wanted to eat, right? And since a few girls had mentioned that they were getting sick of Chinese, or they didn't like Chinese food that much, and nobody had a preference, I ended up booking an Italian place. And I want this to be very, very clear. There's good food in Vancouver besides Chinese. Okay? And Chinese food can have a lot of variety. But because one person didn't want to eat Italian food, we ended up canceling and going to this chain of restaurants here. I was just like, oh man. And I had to cancel a reservation last minute because I was in stream. I had to last minute cancel a reservation for like multiple people, like a large party of people. And now I can just never go eat there again. Because it was so damn embarrassing. We got a diva among the phase girls. No, it was Sakuna! It was Sakuna! He's the fucking worst, dude. I did request, and I do know that Mari_en has shared this with you guys. And I did request Cleo IT to share this with you guys as well. But I went to Hot Pot with the girls, right? We went to Hot Pot. I was in charge of ordering from my table. And so usually when I go eat with FaZe, Sakuna just orders a bunch of stuff at once. And so I thought to myself, I should probably do the same thing, right? And so I just ordered like, I assumed because they had been traveling, they'd be really hungry. I was wrong. Both Cleo and Mari have very small stomachs. So I did request they share this story because I ordered like 20 plates of meat and I went hard on finishing them off because no one else was eating. I'm pretty sure I, by myself, keep in mind, each plate of meat is 100 grams. I, by myself, finished 1,000 grams of meat. That was the most I'm pretty sure that was the most I've ever ate. A whole... Is that a kilogram? That's a kilogram? Oh! We had a limited time to eat. We had a limited time because it was all you can eat, right? So we had a limited time. I saw the plates, and I saw the plates in the photo. I saw the plates on the menu photo, and they looked really small, so I'm just like, okay, this should be enough for everyone, especially if we're hungry from all the traveling. They were not. They were not. I just... Ridiculous. At some point, I stopped eating piece by piece. You know when you're at hot pot and you got like put the meat and the vegetables in your pot? I just slid my chopsticks, took half a plate of meat, dumped it in my soup, went took it out, cut, and just went, oh. And continued. Thank you. Thank you. I am the food processor of the group. I am. I ate like crazy because I didn't want to leave leftovers. Because you have to pay for the leftovers. You have to pay extra for the leftovers. And that's bad. That's bad manners. So I didn't want to leave leftovers. So proud of you. Good job. Thank you. I did so good. Thank you for the gifted memberships. I will wholeheartedly accept them this time because I deserve them. Because I ate so much, okay? I ate. I am beating the fucking almond mom, 12 almonds and a fucking dream allegation, okay? I'm a champion! Yeah! Yeah! Grah!
Yeah, it was really good. So I had hot pot for the first time, and I was on a table with Mary and Dizzy, and it was my first time having hot pot, and they were showing me the ropes, and I didn't know what to do, really. And then we ordered way too much. I think that's probably like a thing about hot pot. If you go for the first time, you get too much, and then you just end up with like plates of stuff. You read that there was meat. Oh, there was so much meat. Dizzy got the iPad and then went beep 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 beep. And then like stacks upon stacks of trays of meat just showed up, and I was like, oh, that's a lot. Good thing I have an appetite now, because I had a bath. She ate like 1 kilo of meat. I think it was probably somewhere around that region, even though the slices are very thin. She went ham on the orders. Not that there was any ham in the order. It was all like beef and lamb. Sheena and Fishman ate rather sad, it seems. Yeah, I feel sorry for Sheena and Fishman because they were off on the other table because they separated us. Dizzy was like she was the token Asian on the white girl table, basically. But yeah, it was really, really good. It was really good. It was my first time having hot pot. Are Dizzy's real? I think so. I didn't ask. You don't really meet people for the first time and say, are those real?
You know how Sakuna is not really that tall, right? He's not really that tall at all. So he drives the car after we get out of hot pot, right? And then I get back in the car afterwards and he's like, oh, you have to press number 2 for your setting. And I'm like, oh, okay. I get in the car, I press number 2, I just feel it go all the way front. All the way up. Ah! How many tears of humiliation is this? How many tears? How many? Yeah, so if you guys wonder why did Sheena die, it might have been better. It might have been better if I fucking died. Like, wow, Sheena disappeared for 5 days. She hasn't even tweeted a single tweet. I hope she's okay. I don't have the heart to tell them. I was thinking about telling you guys. I just didn't have the heart to tell you. Uruka gave me a charm. A good luck charm. And I want to show it. I want to show it to you guys. Let me take a picture and send it. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, let me just show you guys what it is. I just took this picture. You guys know what a omamori is? Do you guys know what that is? It's like a Japanese charm that you get from the shrine. There's a car on it. It's so cute though. It's so cute. I love it. There's a freaking car. To be fair to her, she was thinking of giving it to me, but she thought it would be too mean, so she gave me the choice of like two of them. One says like riches and the other has a car on it, and I was like, you know what, after what happened yesterday, I think I'll take the car one. And so she laughed. She was like, I thought of just giving you this one, but I didn't know if it would be too rude, so I let you pick as a courtesy. To be fair to her. Yeah. Oh my god. So yeah, now I have this. Now I have this cute thing. I'm gonna put it in my car. Yeah. Yeah. It was really cute. I really like it though. I really like this cute charm. It's really, really cute. Yeah. Most valuable player. Honestly, without Uruka, I think I'd be lost. I'd be lost this trip. Like, without Uruka's comforting presence, I think I wouldn't have been okay. I realized after this trip that I may only be mature in all, like, the... how do you say? The logistical things. Like, the logistical things in every one of those ways, I'll seem like an adult, a proper adult. But when it comes to matters of emotional stability, I am, just put it very lightly, behind. Behind. Yes. Very, very behind. Yes. Yeah, anyways. It's actually probably the tism, but like, I need to catch up. I don't have something that everybody desperately needs, which is chill and stoicism. Yeah, it's very much the tism, very much. Yeah, I don't know how to keep my composure. Yeah. So, God bless Uruka, man. That's what happened. Thank you so much for the shoe bust and text error. Sheena's truly crab. As soon as the shell cracks, the inside is vulnerable. The car is the shell here. No! Stop! We did make Pipa eat a chicken foot though. But then she took a bite and couldn't handle it, so I ate it for her. She tried it, and she didn't like it, so I ate it for her. Yeah, we had dim sum, we did. Yeah, she was willing to try it, and I applauded her for the effort, so I ate it for her. Yeah. 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 Ooh, I never gotten a compliment before from Pipa like this. Pipa complimented my aesthetic. She told me I looked really clean and she said I look clean and good, like those girls in front of the Japanese photo booths. Like the girls that are printed on the Japanese photo booths. That's what she said. And I was like, wow, thank you, Pipa. Yeah, I was like, thank you, Pipa. Wow. It was cute. It was really cute. It was a very Pipa compliment. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah. Yeah. But anyways, oddly specific. Thank you, Ultimate Drago, for the Shubat. Sheena Love, thank you. Thank you. Why is your name? Your name is gross. Why is your name like that? Did the Clitler Doodle make it into a lucky box? It doesn't look like Clitler, but there is a drawing on a lucky box. I didn't draw Clitler. That wasn't me. I drew Ahegao Mari _en. Yeah, that's the wrong doodle. Wrong doodle. Yeah. Cleo Hitler. Clitler. Great. Amazing name. Amazing name, chat. Yeah. Cleo Hitler. Clitler. Perfect. A flawless naming sense. Flawless victory. Yeah. Don't forget about Clitler. Yeah. Those are words. They're words. Weren't you guys there? Are you guys outing yourselves as tourists now after me not being here for like 6 days? Yeah. Ah, little B. Okay, and then I left little B in Sakuna's car, and then he had to like drive somebody somewhere, and then he left, and I forgot little B was in the car, so I watched Sakuna drive away. Thinking about little B, like Oh, he came back though, but I was like, oh man, he's been kidnapped. It's over.
That's huge! Attack of the Giant Shoe. Move it down a layer. This is what I wore at the last few days, I guess. I just want to point out, Sheena did this really cute outfit sketch, and then I have no artistic ability, so it's just this is what I wore. Am I an artist part-time? Yes. Would you like to commission me? I do very good artwork, as evident by this. I'll sign it. Go ahead, sign it. Nice drip. Thank you. Drip or drown, guys. Drip or drown. I'm a skater boy. She said, "See you later, boy." Can I draw the cool S? I sure can. Sure can. Now draw her getting an education.
Cause I'm not sure if Ember or myself have ever talked about this on stream. But I'm basically a nudist. Like I call with Ember a lot, right? Like we call a lot, right? And basically, unless I'm streaming because I'm paranoid or I'm going out, I'm naked. Okay, babysitting sometimes. The reason the words babysitting come to mind, okay, is unironically, no, not mine. Not mine. It's not mine. It's not Pico either. I actually trust Pico completely when she goes out. You got that right, Sheena. Yeah. You guys got that right. Sheena already said she was called just to chaperone. I don't know why. Because this poor girl, it's not the boat crash. It's not the boat crash. We will be walking anywhere. And she'll just like blank out completely and keep walking. It does not matter. It does not matter if there's traffic. It does not matter if there's a scary looking homeless man in front of her. It does not matter if she's walking the wrong way, like the completely wrong direction. She just keeps going. And so obviously like the other girls don't really know where we're going, right? And with Sheena just like, basically, you know those babies that just run away from you and so they have to be put on a little leash? Yeah, Mima. So we would be, did you leash Sheena? I considered it several times. Especially, I don't think she realizes it because I never brought it up to her. We were walking down a street and there was there was a homeless man clearly aiming for her bag. Clearly trying to pickpocket her. And she's like in front of me, right? And the other girls that were walking were also walking in front of me. Because if we're going for a dangerous neighborhood, I like to walk in the back so I can make sure I have eyes on them at all times. So she's walking in front of me. And then the other girls are further in front of me. And then this homeless man makes a turn. And you can clearly, he is not sneaky about it. He is clearly going for her bag. Okay? And I'm just like, and she doesn't even notice. Like, this is going in slow motion for me. Like, I don't know if it was actually this slow of an interaction or if time just started, like, to stop. And so, how many weapons do you carry, Dizzy? Vancouver's not that dangerous. It's pickpocketing at worst. It's pickpocketing at worst. So anyways, so she's walking and this man is clearly about to pickpocket from her. And I just put out my arm and I just push her to the side. And she still keeps walking. She doesn't even question why I have just physically moved her to the other side of the sidewalk. And she never turns to look. Amazing. It really is. It really, really is. So that was like the moment where I was just like, oh no. I have to keep my eye on this one. And there were so many other times where the same thing would happen. Like she just kept walking. So I think I got a really good New York cab call now as a result. Because she's a fast walker too. Sheena's a fast walker. So she'd be like walking and she'd get like 2 blocks ahead of us. And then you just hear me go, Sheena! 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 And then she'd like turn around with like a big smile on her face like, huh? Huh? As if I didn't just like blow out my throat calling for her. No, use that voice again. I'll try not to. I really will try not to. Put a leash on her. I think we have to sell like sad bee. I think we have to sell like sad bee backpacks or something. Like leashed sad bee backpacks. Cause then she'd buy it cause it's cute. And then I could just like, I could just have her leashed up and I wouldn't have to worry about her at all. Yes. Can you put a GPS chip on her? I think I might have to. Adult woman, by the way. I think generally she's fine if she's like, you know, by herself and she has a mission. But if we're just like hanging out and walking around, it's like, okay. Where did Sheena go? Oh God, she's crossing the street. There's oncoming traffic. Babysitter Dizzy. I think that's such a horrid precedence. I think if I'm a person to rely on, you're basically better off just giving up. It's sad to say, yeah.
The day after I arrived, all of the phase girls went to lunch together, and that was really fun. I was really embarrassed because there was Japanese phase girls there, and I don't speak Japanese. Actually, I don't speak Japanese. I can say like 4 phrases. Yeah, at most I can speak 4 phrases. That was really difficult because I was sitting at the table. I was sitting in front of Nasa, and she was really excited to talk. And I can't tell who anybody at the table is. I have no idea. I don't know. And she goes, "Do you know who I am?" And I look around and I point at myself and I go, "Me?" And Cleo saved my ass. Cleo came up behind me and goes, "Oh, you're Nasa, right?" Oh my god, she saved my ass. Oh my god. Because I had no idea who anyone was. And I say, hey, why don't we go around and introduce ourselves? Because I can't tell anybody. I can't tell who anyone is. I have no idea. We need name tags. And to be honest, it's kind of hard for me to remember. I don't want this to get to Cleo. But honestly, when we were getting her at the airport, I totally forgot what she looked like. And Sakuna was like, you know what she looks like, right? You've seen her before. And I went, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I didn't. I totally freaking forgot. I had no idea. And so I was like walking him around. I was like, mm-hmm. 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 And like inside I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, but you know how I was able to figure it out? She was wearing the same clothes she was when I first meet her.
So I eventually I was like, oh wait, hang on, I've got to get ready because we wanted to go get food. Pulled the bath and then figured out how to operate the shower because it was a little awkward, but it was good. It was a good time and I felt really, really good. What does Canadian water taste like? Same as UK. Well, I guess Australian water as well. Kind of didn't taste that bad. And also, Canadian food didn't make me shit myself. So that's a big, massive plus two to Canada, in that your food, I guess, doesn't have the same thing that American food is, or has, that makes me, when I eat it, makes me shit myself for like 4 days. So good job, Canada.
Uruka's lips, like her lip mark on her box was so sexy. Like, I was like, oh, oh, oh. Really? Dude, she posted a photo on Twitter. She posted a photo on Twitter, so you guys can go check it out. Uruka's lips are insanely sexy. I saw the post where someone drew the face. No, she drew the face, but like, oh my god. Yeah, they're just mega pouty. They're beautiful. They're beautiful. Like, what a good feature. What a good feature. Am I jealous? Honestly, a little bit. Like her lips, that lip mark, beautiful. Like, beautiful. You guys can go verify, but wow. Just gorgeous. And they have that natural little curve, that natural little smile line. So it's just like, wow.
Just something I heard earlier, I hope you don't mind. Dizzy said you have nice lips, true? Did you hear that from the Warehouse collab? Is that what it was? Is that from the Warehouse collab? I mean, I don't know. It's not something that I've ever thought about. I've never thought anything specific about my lips before. She said you gave into peer pressure and marked the boxes. Yeah, I posted a picture of it on Twitter. And you guys have seen my my print on the Udu napkin too. Yeah. I have the like kind of not shark. What the heck? Kind of sharp like peak at the top. I always thought that looked stupid though. I always thought that looked kind of dumb on the other hand, actually.
Oh, yeah. We were having lunch with all of the phase girls, and I was sitting, and we all introduced ourselves, and it was really fun. And then we were all like trying to figure out what to do, and Loki just leaves. I turn around and I go, oh, where's she going? And she's leaving. She's leaving. Where's she going? And I don't remember the answer I got. I don't remember exactly what somebody said, but they said like something that I didn't understand, and I just kind of shrugged it off. I was like, oh, okay. And later that day, I saw her tweet, Canadian Casino! Please give me back my bankroll! Ah! She left to go gamble all day!
I think it might have been Friday, actually, now that I think about it. But there was one night after we had lunch or dinner together with everyone in the company, right? And I had just spent like a lot of time with these girls, but I guess I felt like I was being overly talkative because I don't do very well with silence. Like, when other people are quiet around me, I feel weird. Like, it's fine if I'm quiet, but if everyone's quiet, I feel super awkward and I get really yappy. So I remember coming home that night I was just like replaying through all the memories, like all the moments I had with the girls, and I was just like overthinking, I guess, like maybe it came off the wrong way when I complimented someone's t-shirt, or maybe I said something, or maybe I ignored someone because I'm hard of hearing and I didn't hear them the first time. And so I ended up wrapping myself into a little cocoon. Like I closed the door, and I closed the door to my bedroom, and I wrapped myself in this little cocoon, and I just laid there, and then I just whispered to myself, or I guess the ghost that lives in my house. I just whispered, I feel like a worm trapped inside of a snail trying to be human. And I got so mentally ill, I deleted Twitter from my phone. Again. So I'm back to not having Twitter on my phone. So if I haven't been tweeting, you know what it is? I'm really good at masking in a professional environment. I have this theory. I'm really fucking good at presenting a certain way, right? Like, I know how to do my hair, okay? I know how to do my hair. I know how to make myself look a certain way, okay? And when you look a certain way, people are very, very willing to ignore flaws in your personality. That doesn't work socially in these circles with peers and friends. And so when I'm faced with a social situation where I'm supposed to be myself and act naturally and like form genuine connections, I don't know how to do it. And I feel like I overcompensate a lot because that's how I would want to be treated. And I think I just come off like fucking insane. I know I do this thing oh god! Oh, I get flashbacks! I know I do this thing too, where I open my eyes really big to show I'm excited, but I think I just come off fucking crazy. And it's like something I'm aware of, but it's just like an automatic muscle in my face. Like, oh, someone goes, Dizzy? And then I'll turn to them. I'll flip my head around like this. I'll go, yeah? And I look fucking crazy! I look fucking insane! Lord Headbeep, thank you for 2 months. Nobody hates you, Dizzy, but other talents and love bugs and everybody else loves you to death. We can all see how much effort you put in. Yeah, but then I'm a tryhard. Then I come off as a tryhard. Do you think I would be able to just pick Sheena up and carry her away? I should be more selective about the comments I'm reading, huh, chat?
But yeah, basically, I got on a flight. By the way, I didn't realize Sakuna was paying for people's flights, man. I paid for my own flight. So I found out that the JPs were going, and I messaged Sakuna, and I was like, is there any chance you can pay for a hotel? And he was like, you could probably just crash at the Airbnb. And I was like, okay, I'll sleep on the floor if I have to. And he was like, okay. I got my own flight. I was fully prepared to just sleep on the ground or something. Because I don't care. I'm like, I'm just here to vibe. So I got on the flight. But then like a few days beforehand, like the JPs were actually there a few days before. And a few days before, I got a DM. I got DM from Clara. And she was like, you're staying in my room. And she sent like the laser eyes emoji. She's like, you're staying in my room. And I was like, oh, okay. Okay. All right. I was fully expecting to sleep on the floor. And then Clara DM'd me a few days before I went. And she was like, you're staying in my room. With the laser eyes emoji. She said, you're staying in my room. And I'm like, oh, okay. I just been claimed already. The flight's perfectly fine. Nothing to note. I land in Canada. And I'm like, hell yeah. And I'm in contact with Iori. And Iori is like, okay. I'm with Sheena, and we're gonna come get you, so just let us know when you land and stuff. I'm like, okay. I purposefully do not contact Iori yet when I land, because I'm like, I need to go to the bathroom first, and I need to put on my hat. Because I'm like, I don't want to wear a hat while I'm on the plane, but I kind of need to put on this hat before I see anyone because my hair is a disaster. Context, if you didn't see, I was crashing out the night before my flight because I cut my bangs way too short. They were way too short. It's like literally the worst I've ever done it. But it's also because my standard for myself is higher now that I've been to actual salon. So I cut it way too short and I was crashing out. And because I was meeting so many people, especially the JPs. I'm meeting so many people for the first time, especially the JPs. And I'm like, people from Japan always have like perfect hair. I'm like, I can't have my fucking hobo ass hair when I meet them. And I put my hair up in a ponytail. I put my hat on, put it down as far as I could. And then I text Iori. I'm like, I'm here, haha. And then I go, and then they pick me up, and it's all fine and good. And then Sheena drops me and Iori off at the Airbnb. First, the JPs are still out. Sheena leaves to get the JPs because they wouldn't have fit everyone if it was one trip. So me and Iori settled down, and Iori was like, oh, you're gonna stay with me. And I was like, oh, but Clara already claimed me. And Iori was like, oh, that's perfect because me and Clara are in the same room. And I was like, oh, wow, okay. Okay, cool. I mean, I'm down. I don't know how we're all gonna fit in there, but I'm down. So I go to the room and there's only one bed. And Iori looks at me and Iori's very smiley. She's very yappy and very smiley, very energetic all the time. She's like always like, I go in there's only one bed. And I look at Iori and she's like, I'm sleeping on the couch. And I'm like, okay. If you want to. So, like, theoretically, one of us probably could have stayed with Sheena. Because Sheena was alone in a big-ass room that was twice the size of our room. Although it still only had one bed. Theoretically, could have stayed with Sheena. But they both claimed me, and I didn't have the heart to say no. I like hanging out with them, so I was like, okay, cool. Cool. A little cramped, but cool.
I feel like almost everywhere we went, it was like something I really wanted to do. Like, first day we got here, I tell Sheena and Sakuna, take me to buy paper and pens. I want to buy stickers and paper and pens. And so immediately we go to buy stickers and paper and pens. And then I'm happy, and then day over. And then the next day I go, I want to go shopping, I want to buy clothes, I want to buy a fancy bag. And so we go out and we go shopping. And then I separate from the group because I get like, I stayed too long in one of the stores and everybody leaves. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll just meet up with them later. And so I was like walking down this like shopping area and I would just like stop at everything. I go, ooh, makeup store. Ooh, sweet store. And I would stop and I would buy like one thing from everything. Like, and I see stuff and I go, oh my god, that would be so great as a gift for blah blah blah. That'd be so great as a gift for blah blah blah. And so I come back and I have like sweets in my hand and I have bath bombs and like makeup. And I was so excited because I was like, oh my goodness, there is a bathtub in the place I'm staying, so I'm going to use a bath bomb. So I'm gonna buy a bath bomb and I'm gonna use it at the place I'm staying at. But I get all these things and then I go window shopping in all of these stores and I look at really cool shoes and bags and stuff. And then we separated. I find everybody else again and we separated. And I go out with Cleo and you and Clara. I meet Clara for the first time. And it was really, really fun. No, I didn't buy any scented candles. Before that, though, I did get poutine. I got poutine. Yes. Was it good? The poutine? Yes.
Open. Like, I've seen Iori's boobs so many times by now. It's like, I don't look closely at them, mind you, until she starts getting into detail about them. She starts describing them in detail. And then I'm like, well, now I have to look. I can't. I feel like I've never seen someone else's boobs so much in my life. Like, other than my own, I've only seen Iori's that many times. I was not showing anyone my boobs, by the way. A bear sandwich. No, yeah, because Iori was on the couch, right? Iori's on the couch. And the bed is next to the couch. And I am in the middle of Clara and Iori because Clara is on the left of the bed. I'm on the right of the bed. The couch is on the right of the bed. So I'm just in between Clara and Iori this whole time. Dizzy. I didn't see Dizzy's boobs. I did not see Dizzy's boobs. I saw Clara's ass and I saw Clara's boobs. Although the boobs were not intentional. The Clara's ass was intentional. She was showing everyone her ass. You kept telling me that Clara was showing her ass every day. Clara was showing everyone her ass, and I was like, okay, cool, nice ass. But there was one morning that we were all getting ready. We're all girls, so we kind of take a long time. Although me and Sheena arguably take the longest. But Sheena wakes up earlier than me, so she has like a head start. So I'm like, I take a while. So I'm in the bathroom, I'm like doing stuff on my face. And then Clara's like behind. It's like laid out in a way that you can kind of see the room from the mirror of the bathroom. And I'm like doing my own thing. And then Clara's in the room and she's changing. And she was like, oh, Uruka, don't look over here because you're gonna see my boobs. And I was confused, so I looked over, but I looked up because I was doing like, I had a smaller mirror. I was doing like makeup and stuff. I look up and I accidentally look into the mirror and I see Clara's boobs in the mirror. And I was like, so I see Clara's boobs in the mirror. And my first instinct is to turn around and say sorry. But in the process of turning around and saying sorry for looking at your boobs, I see her boobs again, but this time it's not in the mirror, and I'm like, oh god. So I accidentally saw them twice. I've seen Clara's and Iori's boobs, like with bra or raw. Raw, man. I wouldn't say it if it was with a bra. I've seen many people's bra boobs. Okay, like I do that. Like I change in the room. I take off my shirt. I don't take off my bra though. Oh, you poor thing. Must have been terrible. I'm not used to seeing boobs. I'm not used to seeing boobs. I'm not gonna, like, in a curious way, not in a like, ooh, perfect, not in that kind of way. In a curious way, I was a little intrigued because I've never seen other people's boobs before. And I was like, oh wow, everyone's boobs look different. That's wow. Don't look, you'll see my booba. Looks twice. If you go Uruka, don't look, I'll be like, huh? Before it processes in my brain, I will look up and be like, huh? The humble bragging bear. I'm not humble bragging, man. I have no need to see anyone's boobs. She was just like casually chatting, sitting on the couch, completely topless. And she was like, okay, I'm gonna go downstairs to like blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay, maybe you should like put on a shirt first though. And she was like, oh yeah, of course.
Did Dizzy flash me? No, I was not privy to any of the flashing. I think the flashing was happening in the JP place. In the JP Airbnb. Apparently Clara was going a bit exhibitionist or something. And then Iori as well was being exhibitionist, I think is the story going around. I didn't get to see you. I did more than see you. Wait, that sounds bad. I drank a lot with you.
You know who I want to talk to a lot more? Uruka. Do you guys know Uruka? She's a blue bear. And I feel that maybe Uruka and I have more in common than I ever assumed we do. Because I feel like we're very easy to get along. She's very, very nice. Did you get to see her spitzicle? No, but everywhere we went with her, she was looking at herself in her phone reflection because she was worried about her bangs because she cut them too short. I don't know what she expects to change between 30 minutes. It didn't look as bad as she made it seem. So that's okay. They'll grow out. It's okay. It's okay. Which phase members could I take in a fight and which ones would beat me up? I don't think there's a single phase member that wants to beat me up. I think Pipa and I could have an honorable duel though.
I'll give Lumi this. When Lumi wants to eat, Lumi is capable of eating. Sheena's funny. Sheena's funny because every single time we went out to eat, she would be like, yeah, I'm gonna eat good. Like, I'm gonna eat a hole through Sakuna's wallet this time. And then usually, like, we'd be sat, like, next or close to each other, right? And so I'd watch her eat, and she would eat the same, if not less than me. And then she'd be like, oh, I'm so full, I ate so good. And I'd, like, look over at her plate, and I'm just like, Got it. I see.
We wanted alcohol, and Dizzy was like, oh, what should we get? And then Mary, I think, or was it me? I can't remember. One of us was like, white girl. And we said, let's get some wine. Let's get some Sauvignon Blanc. So we got wine. Instead of, we were having like lots of red meats, and so we had white wine instead of red wine, which is a bit weird. We probably should have gotten some red wine instead of white wine. And then we didn't have any. Why do you sound British? Why is your name Grey in chat? Riddle me this. Grey name. What was I saying? Oh yeah, we got the wine bottle and then we didn't open it. So like at the end of the day, at the end of the meal, we were like, oh shit, what do we do with this bottle of wine that we didn't open? And then Sheena just grabs it and puts it in her bag. And we walk out the restaurant. Yeah. She just goes, ha ha. Very subtle. And then, yeah, I think after that, did we go to the warehouse a little bit? I think we went to the warehouse for a little bit. Well, thank you for the memberships. Thank you very much for the gift memberships. Yeah, no, Sheena grabbed the wine and then we just left. And then I think we went to the warehouse.
So the entire time we were packing boxes, I just kept saying, I could really use a hot dog right now. I wore my cake shirt today because I wanted everybody to know that I want to go eat cake. Yeah, a hot dog would be so good. I wish we could go get a hot dog right now. And you know what? We did. We did get a hot dog. And you know what, chat? It was the best hot dog I've ever eaten in my life. And when we were in the warehouse after packing, I forced Sakuna to put Dancing Fruits Baby Sensory on the TV, and everybody sit there tired and hungry, and I make them all play Hangman. So I was living it up.
Nasa's cute. Nasa's really cute. We it was funny because I asked a lot of the JP girls what's like one thing you want to do here while you're in Vancouver, and Nasa's thing was she really wanted to try shooting a gun. Unfortunately, gun laws in Canada are pretty strict, so I think she's gonna have to take a second trip for that. Yeah, wrong country. She needs to visit America. We do have gun ranges where you're allowed to shoot, but I think one of them is private, so one of them is still private that you have to have a membership, and then the other one is really out of the way. So I don't think they would have survived the drive out there. Yeah. It's possible, but yeah, it's not easy. Exactly. I did consider just getting them like fireworks or something to play with on the beach, but then I was like, wait, no. Japan has those too. It was hard trying to find restaurants for them because I really like sushi. That's one of my favorite things to eat. But obviously they have better sushi than me, so it's just like, how's Pipa? Did she behave? Pipa's fine. Pipa's actually really great. I think this year, not to be weird, not to make things weird or sappy, I think this year Pipa has really come into her own socially. Pipa has really come into her own socially. So even like with a big group of people, like she's really outgoing and able to speak up. And even when she was tired from driving and stuff, I think she still put in a good effort. Yeah. That sounds really great for her. Yeah. We got. I'm sure she'll tell you guys more. I'm sure her sleepy will tell you more. But we got her sleepier Cleo will tell you more. But we got. We pulled blind boxes together. And none of us got the blind box that we wanted. But I think we're still really cute. So I have to figure out where to put that. Pipa said now that she sees how easy it is to drive there, when talents come in, she'll probably come up. Aw, that's really sweet. I think the land borders are actually a lot better than air borders right now.
So me and Clara shared a bed, and Iori was sleeping on the couch next to the bed. Never beating the allegations. Oh my god. I was just voluntold to be in this room. Like, not that I mind, but just so you know, like I didn't go up to them and be like, I wanna sleep in the same bed as you. Aren't you desperate for the touch of another human? See, like sometimes before I meet people, I get the thought in my head and I'm like, what if I ask them for a hug? And then I actually meet them and I'm like, that's fucking cringe. You know who hugged me? Loki. Loki hugged me. Loki is so open. I don't know. She seems very comfortable. Like, socially hot. Why are you so excited, Agamara? She's very friendly. Yeah, she's really friendly. Very socially confident. Yeah, cause me and Iori were alone in the Airbnb, and Sheena brought the JPs back, and we went downstairs. And by the way, the first time I entered this house, I was like, wow, that's a nice house. But then like the closer I look, I'm like, this is a weird ass house. Like it's so janky. like on the surface, I'm like, wow, it's a nice house. And then like, if you stand in there for more than like 5 minutes, you start to realize that it's like actually janky as hell. So we go downstairs and we see the JPs, and the like first I say hi. I'm like, hi. I do the hand waves. Hi. I'm starting to realize it's a very Asian thing to do, like the double hand waves. Hi. and we say hi, and then like the very first thing NASA says to me is, she's like, how many centimeters tall are you? And I thought she was staring at my bangs, so I was like, I started to realize that everyone else is shorter than me. So even if I cover them with my hat and it looks covered to me in the mirror, they're looking up, so they can still see my bangs. So I was like, ugh. And she was like, wow. And then Loki came over. She was very, very friendly, very socially confident. She just immediately went in for a hug, and I was like, wow, hello, hi. She's so cool, man. She's so cool. So we're just hanging downstairs, and then NASA literally just comes over with like a Dyson vacuum and starts vacuuming the floor. And I'm like, whoa. Whoa. That is not like, I have been in like much crustier places than this. There is no need for that. Like, you do not need to be doing all that. Like, I'm sure she was just doing it out of courtesy, because I think they were having like a semi like party-ish, not really like a party, but like, you know, they were like sitting around the couch like eating snacks and stuff together. So maybe she was like, oh, there's like crumbs on the floor. But I'm like, I'm from America. Like, dude, I've seen so much worse. So she's up here, like, she's like vacuuming, and I'm like standing there awkward because I don't know what to do with myself. The Face JP house. Yeah. Me and Sheena were thrown into the Face JP house. Everyone else was in a different Airbnb. I do not know why we were racially segregated, but we were. Me and Sheena with the JPs, everyone else at a different Airbnb. It's like so the thing is, we were racially segregated, so all of the Asians are in the one house, and Asians don't wear shoes indoors. Like, we all take off our shoes before entering, and we wear house slippers. So like, but Clara is white.
Oh, I did use my Japanese a little bit when the JP girls were there. I used a little bit of Japanese because there was no translators in the room. And Cleo goes, "Oh no, there's no translators." And so I go, "Oh, I know. Hi! Minasan! Nihon no minasan, o genki desu ka?" And all of them at once go, "Genki!" It was so fun. I felt like I was a marching band leader or like a drill sergeant. And then I went to the arcade. You really did everything I wanted to do. And I just kept going, I know there's an arcade somewhere here. I know there's an arcade somewhere here. Maybe we can go to an arcade. Me and Sleepy and Pipa went to an arcade and I play my rhythm games and I teach Sleepy how to play some of my favorite rhythm games. And that was really cool. But I think one of the most fun thing we did is we all play Initial D together. And I make like, a little account for Initial D. And we all like link up systems, link up cabinets. And there's 3 of us on the screen. And then all of a sudden, a 4th person joins in. And I go, "David." And we all look over. And there's an old little man sitting next to us at the other machine. And he just waves. He had a good rank too. So I look over at them and I go, we're fucked. It's over, isn't it? We are fucked. But here's where it gets good. Pipa said he was going easy on us, but I don't want to think that. I won the first game. I won it. And I didn't pussy out either. I wasn't playing on automatic. Okay? I wasn't playing on automatic. I mean, I was shifting with my Subaru BRC. So that was really cool. I beat the elderly. Yeah, and then we played this game where like you have to press a button really fast. And I was like, I need to prove to everybody that I'm the best presser. And so I get up and I'm literally jumping up and down like I'm jumping up and down like yelling in the arcade, and all of the coins flies out of my pockets and my purse. And this group of boys, like, they turn and look over at me. And Sleepy is, like, picking up all of my coins, trying to keep it together. And they all start laughing. But I stayed strong. As strong as I could. But I still lost. I lost. I still lost. Every single time I go out with Pipa, she says that I rolled a 20 on my charisma. Because something strange always happens. But it was fun. It was fun. And I also forced them to take a what is it called? Photo booth picture with me for my scrapbook. And I'm really happy about that. But I had a really, really good time. I had so much fun at the arcade and play video games. Ooh, and on the way back, we stop at a 7-Eleven and we buy a bunch of snacks. So that was awesome. And there was a really freaking big rat. There was a rat running around outside. Oh shit, a rat. Did Pipa pet it? I honestly thought that Pipa wanted to pet the rat. Because she was the one who mentioned it at first. She was like, oh, there's a rat. There's a rat outside. there's a really freaking big rat. And I was like, oh, really? There's a rat? And we're like looking around for the rat. And I saw it skitter away. But we didn't pet the rat.
What did you wear then they said you were dressed like Hitler? It wasn't that I was dressed like Hitler, it was that I drew myself with a Hitler mustache on the thing accidentally. I wasn't dressed like Hitler. Nor was I drawing Hitler. It's just I tried to draw my smug face and then it didn't look right, so I scribbled over it and then it looked like a Hitler stash, and then I was like, well, I need to fix that. So I tried to make a big open smile out of it instead. And then that somehow looked worse. And I got upset that I couldn't draw it properly, so I just grabbed a Phase Connect sticker and put it over the mouth of the drawing of myself. That was it. It's like an NL clip of the Warzone sprays. I could draw what happened, actually. I could probably draw what happened. Where's paint? Is this gonna work? Hey, there we go. So basically, I imagine this is, I'll just do like, I don't know. Let's just say that's my eyes. Actually, well, I'll do the, there's my eyes. And then I tried to do like the, you know, that sort of face, because like that's what I do when I'm smug. Hang on, I'll hit you with this. You haven't seen this in a hot second. Like that. So I tried doing that, but then I did it bad. So I was like, oh, I'll just change it to like a mouth, like an open mouth like that. But then when I did that and I scribbled it in, it kind of looked like the Hitler mustache. Obviously, I haven't got the proportions right. And I was like, well, shit, I have to, I have to fix that. So I was like, well, what if I just make it bigger, like that? And then it looked bad, right? Then it looked bad. So I was like, oh God, I gotta keep scribbling it in. And then Mary was like, this is terrible. Abort, Cleo, abort. So then I went and got the sticker and I just went voomp and stuck the phase connect. That's the, there you go. So it's basically just me with my beanie. I think I did that, and then I did my hair. So I did my onion hair. Oh God, what is this? A self-portrait, there you go. But yeah, so one lucky box winner will get, this. It looks like a dog. It does look like a dog, huh?
Kind of hang around for like 2 hours waiting for Sakuna, because I'm hungry as hell, because I didn't eat anything other than like a banana in the morning. So I'm like, I'm hungry, so we're just waiting there. And then we go to dinner, we go to Chinese for dinner, and I'm like, hell yeah. I think the JPs were probably not that enthusiastic about Chinese anymore, but it just happened to be like that. I was like, genuinely, I was sitting at dinner. Like, no one realized. I was sitting at dinner and I had an epiphany. I turned to Sakuna and Sheena and I was like, why are our Airbnbs racially segregated? And they're like, you're right. Sakuna, separate but equal. It was a funny coincidence. No one realized. Yeah, no one realized. There's this one thing that happened at the first day's dinner. Sakuna was telling us about like canker sores. He was talking about like canker sores on his mouth. And he was like, you guys ever get like canker sores on your mouth? And I was like, I feel like I only get them like inside. And he's like, no, I get them like outside. I turned to Iori, because I'm sitting next to Sakuna, Iori's sitting next to me. So I turned to Iori, I'm like, do you get canker sores like outside your mouth? She was like, no. She's like, no, I think they're only on the inside. And we're like, yeah, Sakuna, I don't know if they're supposed to be on the outside. And then Iori translates to the JPs. And the JPs are also like, I think they're like, we think they're supposed to be on the inside too. And Sakuna's like, no, but I have them on the outside. And Nasa's like, I think you have herpes. And Sakuna's like, no, I don't have herpes. I do not have herpes. It's canker sore. And Nasa's like very adamant. She points at Sakuna and she goes, like in English, she goes, you are herpes. You know what? Like, I feel like I don't think he has herpes, but at the same time, I don't know if you're supposed to get canker sores outside your mouth. You are herpes. In her cute voice. Yeah, in her cute voice. She's like, you are herpes. I'm like, what? Yeah, we just thought he had a herpes. The dinner was really good. We had shrimp, like spot shrimp or something. Spot shrimp. It was so good, man. It was so freaking good. Also, the JPs actually eat a surprising amount of food. They kind of eat a lot. Like, I was kind of surprised. Like, not in a bad way, obviously. Like, they have a very good appetite. Probably maybe because they were traveling, but they eat a lot. I was kind of surprised. I was not expecting, like, I kind of just expected everyone to not eat a lot, but they have a big appetite.
We went around the city and then we went shopping. Was it all of us? No, it was still the four of us. And then we went to, I think, the warehouse a bunch that day. We went to the Airbnb and we did the off collab with Sleepy and Mary. So we did the Phase Quest off collab that day. And then we went out for a meal afterwards and we did barbecue. And Sleepy got absolutely fucking hammered on, I think it was sake. I have bad memories with sake, so I sip sake. I can't shot glass sake. So I sip it, and then if I'm gonna be honest, I think I prefer to drink other drinks aside from sake anyway, because basically the last time I really had sake, I was drinking sake, vodka, and tequila all at the same time, and also soju, and that, I think that day maybe ruined all of those drinks for me. So I don't drink any of them in large quantities ever again, because it's that bad. I mixed too hard, yes, and you can imagine what happens when you drink too many drinks of different varieties. Your insides become outsides, essentially, and that you vomit them all up. I don't recommend it. So yeah, Sleepy got very wasted. The food was good. It was like a barbecue Asian place. I don't know if it was Chinese. It was quite confusing because I'm really white. This is gonna sound like, I'm not being racist. It was a Asian place that was playing K-pop 24/7, and then I think all of the staff were Chinese, and I think all of the food was Chinese. I think. So I don't think it was Korean barbecue. I think it was just a Chinese place playing K-pop, but I wasn't sure because I didn't want to accidentally cause a diplomatic incident. It wasn't hot pot because we did hot pot earlier. It wasn't dim sum because everything came out on like skewers and on like heated rack. We ordered a lot. There was like a spicy fish broth thing where the fish was just like in the broth, and then you had to pull apart the fish yourself, so it had all the bones. So that was a bit annoying, pulling out all the bones, but that was really nice. And then Sakuna was saying that the broth is too spicy. If you have the oil, he said that it would sit in my stomach for 10 years and then I would die. So I called him out on his bullshit, and then I had some, and it really wasn't that spicy. Really wasn't that spicy. And then what else was there? There was a giant seafood platter, and then friggin' Sakuna was like, oh, because it had prawns on it, or shrimp, I guess, if you're in the northern hemisphere. He had it had shrimp on it, so I was like, oh, okay, I've got to deshell them. And so I was deshelling them because that's what I've always done. In Australia, you deshell shrimp and then you eat it. And then he's like, oh no, you just eat it with the shell in the Chinese barbecue place. And so he was just like, yeah, eat it. And I was like, what the fuck, you eat it? No, I don't know. You've always eaten it with the shell? It's crunchy. It depends on how it was cooked. They was cooked. They weren't small. They were proper sized shrimp. That's a Chinese joint? Really? Is that just like a Chinese thing of eating the shell? It was really nicely marinated. And he was like, oh, it adds extra flavor. Yeah, no, I deshelled all of them. I didn't believe him. I was like, no, that's terrible. And then he was like, see, I'll prove it. And then he grabs one and just eats it. And I'm like, no, just because you did it doesn't mean I'm going to do it. So I think he judges me a little bit for being too white. I think, to be honest, I think he's got it in his mind that I'm incredibly white. Yes, I'm a massive pussy, apparently. Eat the tail? No, I never ate the tail.
The next day, We go to a food court. There's a food court that Sakuna always talks about. Like, ever since I joined FaZe Connect, Sakuna's been talking about this food court. I'm like, I want to try it. And the last time I couldn't try it because he brought me there after he brought me to lunch. And I was like, why the fuck? Why would I? He's like, do you want anything? I'm like, no, I'm hella full. So we went this time. Me, Iori, Sheena, you, and and Dizzy. Yeah, Dizzy came. And actually, this is the first time I've seen Dizzy since Offkai. Like, I low-key did not remember what she looks like. I have a problem. I don't really remember people's, like, faces very well. Because I don't really look at people's faces. I have to see you a couple of times to remember what you look like. This is also why I could not recognize Lumi at the airport when she waved to us. I was like, what's this random lady waving us to? Was it as good as Sakuna said? Well, I only tried one thing. It was really good, though. It was really good. I don't really remember what we did. We kind of just walked and talked. And Iori and you were having a lot of conversation. So I was like trying to listen in because I was like, ooh, perfect opportunity for JP practice. I told them that, and then they started trying to teach me like Twitter slang and stuff, but I don't even remember them anymore. So that was a lost cause. So, yeah, and then we went to a seafood place. And it was so good. Oh my god, the oysters. Oh. Dude, you was slurping down those oysters. You loves oysters. She was slurping them down. See, like, okay, the JPs are so nice. Like, you and NASA would always be like, Uruka, do you want anything? And I'll be like, no, it's okay. And they're like, are you sure? I'm like, no, it's okay. Diet. And now they probably think I'm like, I have an eating disorder or something. I don't know. But I don't mean diet as in like starving myself. I mean diet as in like I don't want to eat too much junk food. we went to the real Canadian superstore. Yeah. So, we were on the train the first day. I was like standing next to Sheena. We were on the train. I was looking out the window and I see this like bootleg ass looking like, it looks like the Costco logo. Like, it looks like the font of the Costco logo, but it's instead of Costco, it says Superstore. I was like, what the fuck is that? Like it looks like bootleg Costco. And she was like, that's the Superstore. I'm like, that does not answer any of my questions. She's like, yeah, there's like a bunch of like sketchy ass looking things where it's just like a yellow package with the name of the thing on it. It's like, so you go in this store and like, they have like their own brand of like stuff, and it'll just be like if they have like a lawn chair, it'll be like a bright yellow ass lawn chair, and on the chair it just says chair. It's like a beach umbrella, bright yellow beach umbrella, and it just says umbrella. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Mari _N is your princess. One of the flattest bitches I know is myself, Mari _N. The cream of the crop is rising to the top. One thing I maybe should mention. I stole so much merch from the warehouse. Don't worry, guys. I didn't go over my tax-free limit. I mean, my tax-free limit out of the country. But I did steal a lot of shit from the warehouse. So, yeah. I also want to mention that I was considering doing a stream on my channel. I did a lot of, like, off collabs, but I didn't do one on my channel because I got scared. I got scared by the customs officer on the way in. I think they did, like, they had to pull me aside. And I was like, oh shit, this never happens. And so I got, like, extra questioning about why I was there. And I wasn't making money in Canada, so I wasn't going to say I was traveling for work. Because I wasn't. But they were mean to me! They were mean to me. They were like, why are you here? What are you doing? Yeah, your friends, huh? Yeah, your friends. Oh yeah, your boss. What company do you work for? Who do you work for? I felt like I was in a Metal Gear game. What's a VTuber? What do you do? He asked me how many subscribers I had on YouTube. Like, chill. Chill. No, I'm not lying. I'm serious. He asked me that shit. He asked me. I was getting suspicious of him. I was like, why are you asking me this? Does this really matter? Does that really matter? Does that... Maybe he was suspicious that I was even that was even my job at all. So, yeah, if Mr. TSA man is... I mean, Mr. Customs man is here, that was very rude. And it was very embarrassing. And I didn't lie to you. In fact, I specifically didn't stream when I was there because I was scared of you. So... I did nothing wrong! Not a single thing! So, yeah, thank you, Customs man. Irregardless, I got a bunch of really cool, I got a bunch of cool merch from the Phase warehouse. I found some old merch. I did, in fact, steal a Daki. I stole a desk mat. I got some acrylic standees. I got some keychains. I got 3 bags of my coffee. Yeah. Chicken Daki. No, I got a bunch of Jelly's merch because I feel like her stuff would look really good on my desk. Cause she's blue. Cause she's blue and yellow. So I was like, oh, Jelly would look good on my desk because most of my stuff is blue. Kusa, thank you for becoming a member for 1 whole month. There is 30 Sakuna plushie in the Phase Connect warehouse. Did you take one? I didn't see them. I saw one, and I picked it up, and I showed it to Dizzy, and she said, "Don't pick that up, it's dirty." And I said, "Oh, okay." And I put it down. Yeah, I was really happy to meet everybody. Was it crusty? No, it was just like covered in dirt from being like on the ground, or like it looked like it'd been kicked around or something. Maybe people just go there to like let out their frustrations or whatever. Yeah, or maybe his dog got it.
We were hiding from you. No! I promise I'm not that weird and creepy in person. Don't hide. That was my main thing with the JPs too. I was just like, I have to prove that I am a regular functional person this week. Because no one... Okay, here's the thing. I knew people were coming to Vancouver, but very few of the people who actually came told me they were coming in advance. And so this caused massive brainworms, because the only reason I could figure out for that was like, either A, they had plans already, or B, they were like, ooh, let's not hang out with Dizzy because she's fucking weird. And so I was just like, okay, I have to prove. During our mandatory company hangouts that I'm not fucking weird. And so I spent devastating amounts of time. I spent like a devastating amount of time worrying and like panicking over my outfits. Lumi knows, because the day Lumi came out for a bit, the day Lumi came here, we were coordinating our outfits at like 8 a.m. We were coordinating because I was just like, what are you wearing? And she was like, I don't know. Are jeans still in? I'm just like, I don't know. I still wear jeans, but I think jeans might be out. What sort of jeans are you wearing? And she's just like, a wide leg. And then I'm just like, I think that's in. And she's like, what are you wearing? I still don't know. And so, oh God. I think I ended up wearing this red boat neck top. Like pretty conservative, all things considered. But it had a low back. And then Lumi's top also had a low back. So we were in matching, like, we were in red and blue low back tops together. And we came We both showed up. We both showed up to eat together because we were grabbing a drink at the same time, right? And so I feel like we look like we purposely like, you know, in the cartoons when there's twins that kind of dress up similar but not the same, or like characters that dress up similar but not the same. Yeah, kind of like Team Rocket. So I think we looked like we were dressed up that way purposefully as we walked in, and I was so self-conscious about the entire fucking time we were eating. Because we also had matching drink cups too, because we just got a drink together. Prepare for trouble and make it double. Oh yeah, Team Rocket fit. No, it was like a black Team Rocket girl and a white Team Rocket girl, like, you know, because the main outfits are black, but then in the cartoon, Team Rocket wears white, so they're slightly different. It's like that. Yes. DK1080, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you. So who wore the skirt? I wore a skirt. I wore a skirt. Yes. I was in skirts. I was in skirts all week, basically. Because I had to prove I don't dress like a lesbian! Because I had to... Ember! Because I had to prove I don't dress like a lesbian.
By the way, I am able to drive. I have a driver's license. I can drive. So I have offered to drive. But every time Sheena's like, no, I got it. So it's not like I was just sitting there being like, hey, thanks for driving us. Like, I did offer. I did. But yeah, so the next day, we plan to go to breakfast because there's a really good Taiwanese breakfast place. And you know me, I love me my Taiwanese breakfast. Yeah, I love me my Taiwanese breakfast. So we go to get Taiwanese breakfast. And it's so good. It's so freaking good. And we have like plans, you know, me, Sheena, Yuri was gonna do something else. I think she went to stream or something. Me and Sheena were gonna hang out with NASA and you. So we had like plans, you know, we were gonna hang out. But they wanted to sleep in, so me and Sheena and Yuri went to get breakfast first. And then after we got breakfast, which was really good, by the way, Sheena gets like a message from Sakuna, and he's like, I need you to come pick up 2 people. And she turns to me and she's like, okay, I need to go pick up 2 people. And I'm like, who? And she's like, I don't know. I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? You're gonna ask? And she's like, no. But yeah, I was like, who are you picking up? And she's like, I don't know. And I'm like, are you just picking up like randos that Sakuna knows or something? Like, she's like, I don't know. I'm like, maybe you should ask. So we drop off Iori, and then Sheena's like, okay, I'm just gonna go pick up people, and then I'll come back. I'm gonna drop you off first, and I'll come back and we can hang out with you and NASA together. And I'm like, okay. So she drops me off at the Airbnb, and she goes to pick up people, you know, thinking that she's just picking people up. And then I get back to the Airbnb, and I'm so tired by that. I don't even know why. The day barely started. I go up to my room. I just like kind of collapse on the couch because I'm like really tired for some reason. I just like die there for a second. And NASA writes out a whole schedule, like who's gonna be where, blah 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 blah. She's like, NASA and you is gonna go with everyone else, and by everyone else she definitely meant me and Sheena, except I was like, oh, Sheena's not here right now. And after like half an hour, I was like, you know what, maybe we can just go somewhere first. And I'm like, NASA, do you want to go anywhere? And she was like, I'm thinking of going blah blah blah. She was like, do you want to come? And I'm like, that sounds fun, but I'm dying right now. She's like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm good, I'm just really tired. She's like, okay, we'll go to like this place. We're gonna go to like the gardens like in like half an hour if you want. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll come. And I'm like super anxious at this point because it's only NASA and you and then me, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna be like third wheeling on this or something. But at the same time, I was like, I literally went there just to like meet people. Like obviously I wanted to like see Vancouver and stuff, but like one of the big reasons is to meet people. I feel like it's so much easier to get to know people when you meet them in person. So I was like, I was putting myself out of my comfort zone so many times. I almost chickened out at the last minute, like, but I gathered myself up. I went downstairs and I met NASA and you, and they were talking. And I was like, I kind of don't really know what they're talking about, but I'm just gonna stand here. Yeah, and then he's like, how are you doing? And I'm like, I am hella tired. You was like, how are you doing? And she takes one look at me and she's like, oh, not too good, huh? So, I'm like, I'm kind of tired. So they come out and then NASA's like, oh, you look really cool. And I'm like, oh, thanks. I think maybe NASA's really cute. NASA's so cute. Like all the JPs are really cute. But NASA's like really small. She's so cute. The face says a lot. I walked up and I was like, Tsukareta. Maji de tsukareta. You calls an Uber. And I'm like still freaking out because I'm like, I feel like I'm like third wheeling, but also I'm like, I feel like I have to like make myself socialize because otherwise I'll like never talk to them. So I'm just standing there like freaking out as we wait for the Uber. Yu's like trying her best. Yu's very social as well. Very good at making you feel comfortable too. I think she actually knows like a lot more English than she thinks she does. She understands a good amount actually. Yu is very cool, yeah. She tries to like talk to us. Even like Yu was hanging out with like us, like me, Sheena, Iori, Dizzy. Like if I was in that situation, obviously like Iori's there to translate, but like I would still feel really awkward. But Yu is so cool. Yeah, she's just very social. She's incredibly social and like good at making you feel comfortable. So I was just like standing there awkwardly while we wait for the Uber, and she showed me her Uber screen, and she was like, Dale. Our driver's name was Dale, and she thought that was really funny. So I was like, Dale. So yeah, and then we get in the Uber, and this is where the we go out to the Uber, and then like you seems kind of conflicted because she called the Uber and she's like standing there. She's like kind of conflicted where to get in. And I'm like, it's okay. I can sit in the front seat. It's okay. You can sit with NASA and I'll sit in the front seat. I'll sit with Dale. And so I get in the front seat and then the driver's like, nice to meet you. I'm like, nice to meet you. The JPs are like, nice to meet you. And then NASA and you start chatting in the back in Japanese, of course. And then the driver turns to me and he's like, are you guys like visiting? Or are you like immigrating? I'm like, oh no, we're just visiting. And he's like, oh, how long have you guys been here? And I'm like, because in my head I'm like, well, we've been here for different days, but like he doesn't need to know that, so I'm not gonna make it too complicated. So I'm like, some of us have been here for like a week. And he was like, wow, 1 week? Your English is really good. I'm like cracking up in my head. I'm like, not even in my head. Like I'm trying so hard not to laugh. I'm like, I'm from America. I was kind of tempted to be like, oh, thank you. Yeah, I learned it all in this 1 week that I was here. I was really... I did. After he said that, he was like, your English is really good. I'm like, thanks, I'm from America. He's like, oh, okay. I'm like, yeah, like they're from Japan. I'm from America. And he was like, oh, wow, that's cool. I forgot if he asked like why or something, but I don't think he did. He was like, oh yeah, like I've always been like interested like in Japan since I was like young. I know a little bit of Japanese and stuff, and like I'm like writing a novel that's like there's like Japanese elements to it. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool. He starts yapping, man. He starts freaking yapping. And at some point, like, NASA and you are talking about like something phase related, and NASA turns to me to ask about it. And like, it's like very simple Japanese. Like, I can understand and I can respond. It's like very simple. But I guess it kind of sounds like I know what I'm doing. So I guess that's probably why he thought that. I don't know. But at some point he turns to me. He sounds like a nervous talker. I don't think he was nervous. I think he's just a yapper. I think he's just a yapper. Cause I'm like, so he's just yapping. And then at some point he turns to me and he's like, is it Szechuan? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? In my head, I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? He's like, is it like Szechuan? And I'm like, I don't even know what you're trying to say. Like, what? Are you trying to say like Chinese food? And he was like, you know, like, what city are you from? And it just clicked in my head, and I was like, sushi. In my head, I'm like, he's completely off, but I think he was not trying to say Szechuan. He was not trying to say Sichuan at all. He was trying to say there's a word in Japanese that's like your hometown, where you're born, like where you're from, you know. And it's like you pronounce it as like shushin or something like that. And I know it, and I'm like, fuck, that's what he means. So I'm like, okay. So I tell him, I'm like shushin, and he's like Szechuan. I'm like shushin, and he's like Szechuan. And this goes on for like a minute. I'm like shushin, and he's like shushan. And after a good like 40 seconds, I'm like tired. I'm tired. I turn around and I just ask them myself. I just turn around. I'm like, I just say it. I just ask them myself, and they were like, huh? Because to that point, I pretty much only speak in like very broken Japanese to them in a very purposeful gaijin accent, because I'm like very not confident in myself. Even if I can speak it better, I'm too self-conscious to do it, so I just intentionally make myself sound really foreign. But I was fed up. I was kind of fed up. Like, I'm sure he's a nice guy, but I was like sleep deprived. I was tired. So I just turned around, I just asked them straight up, and I could tell they were kind of confused, because this isn't really a word you would really know just like casually. And then Yu just goes, oh, Tokyo. And then Dale goes, oh, oki ne. Like, mind you, like, Yu's not even in Tokyo. I think she just chose the one city that every foreigner would know. Like, it's like, we got out of the car, and Yu turned to me, and she was like, oh, he talked a lot. And I was like, yeah, Tsukareta. I'm like, I'm so tired. Tsukareta. We went to a garden, and it was like a flower garden, and there were like sculptures and stuff. And NASA, I kid you, dude, NASA is like a child. NASA's like a child. She was like running around everywhere. We got to like this big open space. She starts running around the grass area. She's running around. She stops. She points at the ground. She goes, "Unko." Like, okay, it's Unko. Yeah, yeah. She's so cute. And then at some point she tells you to take a picture of her. It's like a picture of her looking really sad. And I'm like, why? Like, why? She's like, I forgot what her explanation was, but she was like, I want a picture of me looking very lonely. But there was also at one point we were at the gardens, and NASA suddenly just tells me to sit on a bench. And I'm like, what? And she's like, sit on the bench. I'm like, why? And she's like, I want to take a picture. And I'm like, what? Why? So I'm like confused as hell. I'm like, I go over to the bench, I sit on the bench, and she's like, pose, pose, pose. I'm like, I don't know what to do. I cover my face and I'm like turning around. I'm like, what do I, what? And she's like, K-pop pose. I'm like, I don't know how to do that. So I end up just sitting on the bench. I just turn away from the camera because I'm like, I don't want my face. I'm like deathly afraid of having my picture taken. I hate seeing myself in pictures so much. I don't like getting my picture taken. I'm like panicking, man. Because I'm like, I don't know how to explain that to her in the limited Japanese I have right now. I'm just there freaking out. And she takes a picture and she's like, cool. I look at the picture and I'm like literally just hunching over on a bench. And I'm like, I don't know if that's cool, but okay. Especially not because of your hair, right? Yeah, man. A lot of my confidence is tied to the status of my hair, which is why I was like I was freaking out about it, man. But yeah, it was really fun to hang out with NASA and you actually. Like it was fun, and I'm glad I went with them because I was very, very seriously considering chickening out at the last second. So I was very prepared to just type in the chat. I'm like, I'm a little tired actually, you guys.
I forgot about that actually. Sorry, we were talking about, I guess, something slightly related. Is that the smell of married your mama is everywhere in Vancouver. I forgot about that. Is that because I believe it's legal, right? Married your mama, the wacky tobacco. I believe it's all legal and available everywhere. So yeah, we would just go walking around and people were smoking the devil's lettuce. Mary Jane. The 420.
Yeah, and then we walked around on the street, and then we passed by some stores, and NASA was like, wow, that store looks really cool. And I look, and it says cannabis, and I'm like, no. NASA, no. I'm like, I point at it, I say, Japan, illegal. It's like, yeah, she wanted to go inside. I was like, no, we're not going in there. We are not going in there. No. Legal in Canada though. Yeah, but like I feel like if they didn't know it, they might have thought some of the things in there were just like, maybe they would have thought the brownies were just normal brownies. So we walked past it and I was like, we're not going in there. Nope, we're not going in the cannabis store. And then later on we were walking and NASA was in front of me and you. Me and you were walking behind her, and we passed by a weed smoker, and I was like, ugh, because I really do not like the smell of weed. It gives me really bad, like, it makes my head hurt so bad, the smell of weed. So we passed by a weed smoker, and I was like, ugh. And then suddenly NASA goes, ii nioi. And I'm like, huh? It's all good smell. I'm like, are you sure? Are you sure? Good smell? Because I don't know. I don't know about that one. We later decided that she probably smelled something else because me and you smelled the weed. NASA was in front of us, so she might have smelled something else. Like maybe the wind brought something else over. Because she described it as the smell of like good food. So we don't know whether or not she actually smelled the weed. But it was very distinctly weed smell. And that's how that transpired. Oh, I also brought them to a bookstore that had like English manga. They were very amused by the English manga section at the bookstore. Apparently the titles of the English manga are very amusing because they're very different. Yeah, also because they're gigantic, yeah. The manga books are huge. The English ones are gigantic. They are very large. Some of them are also very heavy because there's some hardcover ones that are really heavy. Really, really long titles. Yeah, some of them they combine into like 3. They combine 3 into 1 book. And the print is a lot bigger. Yeah, so it was really fun to see their reactions. You showed off her My Hero Academia book. Yeah. She also got another book that I thought was really funny, but I don't know if she showed you. Some I have never heard of in my life. There was one that was in like the teen manga section, and it was like lesbians. And I was like, why is this in the teen manga section? It was amusing. It was kind of amusing. So yeah, I was with the JPs. Sakuna, Sheena's still with Sakuna, and like at this point I'm like, she's not fucking coming back. Because originally she was just supposed to pick up people, drop them off, and then come back. But apparently she was just like, Sakuna just refused to drive for some reason, so she was just stuck driving people around. Yeah, so I went with the JPs to eat pizza. And the pizza was hella good, by the way. It was so good. But I'm like depressed now because I'm like, I don't know anywhere around me here that has pizza that good. And now I'm craving the pizza. It was so good. It was really good, man. It was really good. And I was like, I didn't want to like bother Sheena at all. So I didn't like message her until I got back. And this was, mind you, this was already at like 9:30 p.m. that I messaged her. It has been more than 9 hours since I seen Sheena and I message her, where are you, lol. She does not respond for another like half hour because she's driving. And apparently she told Sakuna to like tell us where she was, and he was like, okay, and then he never told us where she was. So I was like, well, I don't know if she's fucking dead or
Oh, and then the next day, and then the last day I was there. The last day I was there, what did I do? Oh, it's so hard. That was literally yesterday. Why can I not remember yesterday? Oh, we had tea. We had tea with girls. We had tea with girls. We had Invaders tea. And then we had our tea time stream. Yeah, we had tea with girls, no boys. Yippee. If you're talking about Cleo, that is not your hag, that is mine hag. Can you share our hag? Ours was fine. Ours is fine, I guess. Cleo. Yeah. Cleo is like, if anything, I think Cleo was like my comfort character of the trip. Cause every single time cause like I already met Cleo before. And so every single time I was around her, I was like, oh, thank God. I have something to ground myself. Cleo's seen me cry into a bowl of soup in Korea. So she's seen a lot of me before. So I trust her a lot. What kind of soup? It was like a beef soup. Why did you cry into a bowl of soup? Because I was sad that I couldn't taste it. I was sad I couldn't taste the soup.
Uruka said it was super cold. I think that it was on a few days, yes. But not like that bad. She just lives in a warmer climate. But there's another thing. I wore jeans. I wore jeans on the day I met Uruka, right? And then after that day, I took them off and hung them in my washroom. And then I went to bed, whatever. Next day, I go out. When I come back after going out, I come home. And my jeans are no longer hanging in my washroom. Because you don't wash jeans every time you wear them, right? Like usually you hang them up for a while, wear them again. Because you don't want to ruin good denim. You can freeze them if you need to sanitize, right? And then I saw them on... Here I am. Hello, Fire Alarm Chat. I saw them on my beanbag chair. And so I was just like, oh, okay, I guess someone like went into the washroom, wanted to use it, and decided to like remove my jeans and put them on the beanbag chair. I don't really fucking mind, right? Because I know I had people staying with me. Right. So then, I just didn't think about it and I left them there.
We entered sleep mode.
Goodbye, Fire Alarm Chan. For the rest of the weekend. And I think what happened is my dad's friend's wife thought they were her jeans, and I think she accidentally packed them in her luggage. I just got those jeans. I got those jeans specifically for the Faye's girls coming to visit me because it had butt lifting technology and I wanted my ass to look like I have one. And now I am so sad because they look so good on me. They look so good. This is karma, Dizzy. For what? What did my ass do to deserve this? And now they look so good on your dad's friend's wife. I hope she wears them, actually. I hope she wears them because I don't want her to take them home, realize they're not her jeans, and not touch them. Jeans that good are meant to be worn. Jeans that look like that are meant to be displayed. So I fucking pray that she gets use out of them.
I was trying to think what else. What did we do on day 2? So we had the off collab and I met Pipa for the first time and I was like, whoa, what the heck? There's Pipkin Pipa in the flesh. That was kind of like an interesting experience to be like, whoa, okay. But I kind of had that with everyone, right? Like the first time I met Dizzy, I think I went to the bathroom in the dim sum place. And then when I came out, there was just an extra person with the group and I was like, huh? Who's that? And then Mario was like, that's Dizzy, Cleo. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was still in my like my hoodie and my hoodie and my mask being like, I'm miserable and sad because I've been traveling for 30 plus hours. But that kind of happened a lot where it's like, oh, we have new people with us. And there's like, oh, wait, that's literally just, you know. So yeah, we had Faye's Quest meet up for the first time, which was very, very nice. Very, very nice to meet up with Sleepy and Mary at the same time. And we got to hang out together and team bond. I feel like we have very good team bonding. I think we do, at least. I think we have pretty good bonding.
An art stream. W. Thank you for the raid on Twitch and YouTube.tv. Thank you, Sheena. I miss you. I miss everybody so bad. It was really hard for me to leave because I know Cleo lives so far away and it's so hard to get to see her. So I had said goodbye twice. I said goodbye twice. No, 3 times technically. Because I was about to leave and I go, bye. Bye. And then I go and I grab my bag. And then I stop by them again and I go, bye. Bye. And then I get my bag in the car and I sit down and Cleo and Sleepy stand by the car and they make sad faces at me before I go. And I unrolled the window and I said, don't look at me so sad. I didn't cry. Of course I didn't. I only felt like I wanted to for a little bit. But I unrolled the window and I screamed, oh, to Quest! As we're driving away, and Sakuna is laughing at me! He's laughing at my misery. He's laughing at my pain. Sakuna!
Headed to the company lunch. That was the big lunch that we met everyone at. Pipa drove. Good driver. Met all of JP and EN members who were present for first time. Everyone very cute. Everyone very polite and welcoming. And I said, hi, I'm Cleo. And they all clapped. But we also did that for every single person in the company. And that was very, very weird. And then Clara wanted to sit next to me at the dinner table because she missed me that much. Because she loves me that much. So she was like, can I sit next to Cleo? So she and Mary swapped so we could sit next to each other during the meals. And we got to hang out a lot that day. When will you start dating? Did Clara speak French to me? Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Ce soir? She definitely didn't say that. Oh yeah, Clara and I hung out at dinner and yapped, but I tried to also meet everyone else. Spoke to Pico in Japanese very badly. Pico very cute. Pico love. Pico big love. Nasa very genki. Also very cute. Did I see the big dumpy? As in Clara's big dumpy? Yes, I saw Clara's big dumpy. By virtue of seeing Clara. Had Dairy Queen with Clara. Clara forced me to get sugary ice cream. It was very nice. Felt sick after. Hello.
Yeah, like when Sheena came back, she came up to like my room, or like me, Iori, Clara's room, because no one else was there at the time, and she just starts going, "This day was so cursed," and I'm like, my day was a little cursed too, but I can imagine yours is probably way more cursed. And we just share our day. And we're like, fuck, we still gotta go. I mean, Sheena still gotta go pick up Clara. After the pizza, the really good pizza, by the way, so good. We walk back to the Airbnb, and in the middle of walking back, suddenly you has the urge to eat wings at a sports bar, which is like, I'm like, okay, all right. So Iori is like, okay, I'm gonna go with you. I'm gonna bring you to eat wings at the sports bar. Oh, excuse me. And I'm like, okay. In my head, I'm like, maybe I should go with them. But I'm also like, I'm full and I don't drink. So what the hell would I do there? So I'm like, you know what? Let me just take the opportunity to just maybe try to talk to the other JPs more. Because at that point, I didn't really like spend that much. I didn't really talk to like Pico or Loki really. I was like, okay, I'm anxious as hell, but I'm just gonna try. I'm just gonna try to talk to them. So you and Iori leave, and then it's me, Pico, Nasa, and Loki. Nasa and Loki are like walking in front of us. We walk in groups of 2. I'm walking with Pico. At first, it's really awkward because I think Pico doesn't know whether to talk to me, and I'm like, I don't know whether to talk to Pico. And behind us, like before they left, Iori and you were just chatting away behind us, and then Nasa and Loki were chatting away in front of us, and then it was just me and Pico in the middle, like But eventually, I work up the courage to be like, "Hey, Pico, Canada ski desu ka?" She starts cracking up. And then we start having a very broken conversation, and it was all fine and good. Yeah, I took a card from Pipa's, took a note from Pipa's book, the Pipa Riz. You don't know what to say, you just think of something and just ask them if they'd like it. And at some point, for some reason, Loki starts talking about hentai. And they're like, and they start talking about, they're like, oh yeah, in Japan, like the word hentai doesn't have like as strong of a connotation as in English, like in the West, you know, like in Japan it's like casual hentai. And I'm like, what is going on? They're like, yeah, it's like casual hentai, like Uniqlo hentai, but in the West it's like Balenciaga hentai. I'm just standing here like, I don't really know how to contribute to this conversation. So that goes on. I'm like, I don't really know what to say. I don't really know what to say right now. I'm just gonna listen. There's the different tiers of hentai, and then Loki was like, oh yeah. In Japan, like hentai is like a person, but in the West, like hentai is like a genre of like media, you know. And they're like, oh yeah, it's like more casual in Japan. And they start talking about like differences, like different words to make it sound more serious. It was a whole thing. And they're like, no, that one means criminal. And I'm like, well, I mean, could be a criminal. After Clara's back, it's like 1 a.m. something at this point. And now I am in a full room, full with Iori and Clara. And I just know that I am not sleeping anytime soon. I just know that I am not sleeping anytime soon. Yu's over there too, because Yu's room is connected to our bathroom. Yu's over there. Iori starts flashing her boobs. Clara starts flashing her ass. Me and you are standing there in the middle like, what the hell is going on? What is happening? At first, Clara was like, I'm not gonna brush my teeth because I'm too tired to brush my teeth. And I'm like, okay. And then she starts yapping. And I'm like, okay. Tonight's gonna be a yap night. Okay. So she's like lying in bed. So I lie down in bed too. Iori's sitting on the couch because she sleeps on the couch. But then, Clara gets excited about what she's talking about. And then she starts like jumping up on the bed. And I'm like, oh, okay, I feel awkward now because I'm lying down. So I get up. The amount of times that Clara went between lying down, sitting up, or like literally like jumping in joy on the bed is crazy. And I'm like, I'm just gonna stay sitting here, I guess. I'm just gonna sit here. It was fun though. It was a really fun conversation. I actually really, it was very enjoyable. I really like talking to Clara. She's so, she's very, she's very energetic. Even when she's tired as fuck. I think at that point though, like all of us, maybe not all of us, I think Iori just has full, like, Iori just always has energy. But I think Clara at that point was just so tired that she was delirious. I was also so tired that I was delirious. At some point, I was lying there, not even sure if I was dreaming or not because I was so tired. And I was experiencing things. I was like, I don't know what's going on. Is Clara's ass really here right now? I don't know. You flash them with your pale arms. I'm not even that pale, man. Like, I'm not even that pale. But yeah, my arms were out. Yeah, hallucinating Clara. Maybe. I feel like Clara genuinely likes you very much. I don't know if it would be weird to say that myself, but I kind of get that vibe too. Because, well, number one, when she told me to stay in the room, obviously, well, like, she wasn't there, but like, I'm sure she knew she was gonna come. She knew I was gonna be there when she came back. So like, that for one. And then when we went to get, like, we went to a big group dinner one day, not dinner, lunch, big group lunch one day. There were like 15 of us at a big long table. And like, you know, it's kind of hard to like talk to everyone because it's like a long table. But when we got there separately, so Clara and some people were there already. We got there and Clara's sitting at the table and she's like, okay, so Uruka sits next to me and then Iori sits next to Uruka. And I'm like, at that point, no one else was there, really. So there were like so many seats at the table. I could have sat anywhere. But she specifically designated the seat next to her for me. And I'm like, oh, I'm down. Yeah, I love to sit next to you. I'm down. I just accept it. I just accept my fate. But when more people came, she ended up switching seats. So I'm like, well, why am I, what, huh?
But, yeah, that was really fun. Sakuna drives a cool car. He's got a cool car. It's so funny because we get to warehouse and I point at a car outside and I go, wow, that car is so cool. And everybody laughs at me and they go, oh, that's Sakuna's. And he let me drive in it. Well, I didn't drive it, but I drive in it. Yeah. Are you legally allowed to drive? No. No. I've been taught how to drive a couple of times. But I can't drive. I don't have my driver's license. Ugh. I'm a little princess. I get to sit in the passenger seat and play with all the buttons on the car and play the music I want. Yeah, princesses aren't supposed to drive. But yeah, I sit in the passenger seat and I play Twist by Korn. I didn't get a ride in the passenger seat as much as I wanted to. But that's okay. Did you try the heated seats? Yes! Yes, I did. I gotta sit in the heated seats. Was I in control of Bluetooth? No. But we got to listen to Faye's original songs in the car, and that was really fun. And also covers and stuff. We got to listen to covers. I like heated seats. I like them a lot. How was Sheena's driving? It was good, actually. It was good, I think. Except for the part where she backed up into a boat. But I wasn't in the car, so to me it was only good. Yeah, so nothing. Sorry, nothing bad. And to be honest, it was probably the boat's fault anyway.
Oh, we did have a VTuber jump scare yesterday. We did have a VTuber fucking jump scare. That was crazy. That's what I wanted to tell you guys. Disney is already a Chinese auntie. Don't say that, I resent it. So there's a lot of these little stores that are like operate as local markets basically for small businesses in BC, right? So I took Sleepy, Pipa, and Cleo there. But Cleo had like wandered off next door. And so it was just me, Sleepy, and Pipa. And so Pipa was like going through some key changer stickers or something. I can't remember what it was. And she turns and there's boom, a VTuber keychain. And she's like, Dizzy, look. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's common here. And then behind us, we just hear two girls talking about VTubers. And I guess one of them is an artist who's displayed in the store, and she's just like, oh yeah, the VTubers I draw keep graduating, like, I don't know how I'm gonna move all this merch of them. And I was just like, we all collectively just went quiet and started speaking in whispers on the off chance that they like know or realized who we were. We got VTuber jump scared! Yeah, VTubers are becoming mainstream now. For more context, this is a store that sells like jewelry, beef jerky, okay? I got nipple covers at this place because they had nipple covers, and I was just like, that might be nice. Like, this is not a store you would expect to see VTuber things in.
So last day 4, we had afternoon tea with Dizzy, and it was lovely. So it was Dizzy and the 4 members of Quest. We had afternoon tea together, and it was very good. I had a lovely time. I did break my cup in an absolute stupid moment because it was like a classic traditional tea strainer. Yeah, it was high tea or afternoon tea or whatever you want to call it. I was enjoying the tea a bit too much, poured one more cup, which I probably shouldn't have when the the pot was, I guess, near empty. And then the topper of the pot slipped out and just landed straight on the handle of the very fancy cup. And just went, and it fell clean off. You could probably glue it back on, but I have a feeling it might not be the place where they're gonna glue it back on. So hopefully it wasn't too expensive. Because yeah, that was pretty clean break. Did Sakuna pay for the damage? I don't think we got charged for it, so yeah, I don't think we got charged, thankfully. But the tea was nice. The company was even nicer. The snacks were even nicer. Actually, the snacks were okay. I would say the company was better than the snacks. But it was really nice to sit down and just have like a chill day, because I think that was the warmest day that I was in Vancouver for. So it was a nice air-conditioned room to have some afternoon tea and some yapping. Lots of yapping during the trip, because it turns out VTubers, when you get VTubers together IRL, they love to yap about everything and anything. So yeah. Is Vancouver cold? I think at the moment it's probably warming up, but when I was there, I think the average temperature was like 18 degrees Celsius, which isn't really that hot. But yeah, that's the professional yappers. You put them together and they were all professional yappers with each other. Mary is the yappiest. I think everyone just enjoys a good yap.
I was like very asleep. I was maybe like 5% awake, and like I think like Sheena came over and she was like, does anyone want to come, like blah blah blah. And I was like lying down and I was like, oh, what? And I see Clara looking down at me because she's like sitting up on the bed. I see Clara looking down and she's like, go back to sleep. She whips the blanket over my face and I was like, okay. Big things coming. No questions asked. I was tired, man. I was tired. I look up, I see the white woman. She tells me to go back to sleep. I go back to sleep, okay? I wake up, I look forward, and I see Clara's butt. And I'm like, what? And she's like, go back to sleep. And I'm like, okay. Okay. So I end up sleeping until maybe like 11:30-ish. And this is the day we have the big group dinner with like everyone. So I was like, I need to look presentable. I am very sleep deprived, but I need to look presentable. And apparently Sheena had to take Sakuna's car to him so they could bring it to the shop. And that's what she was asking. Like, she was like, does anyone want to like come to the warehouse earlier before lunch? Apparently she hadn't left yet. So like some of them were gonna go with her. But I was still getting ready. And Sheena was like, are you almost done? I'm like, nope. She was like, okay, I'm just gonna go first. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. So I take a while. Don't let others tell you need to dress up to get girls. Just look at Uruka. She'd be looking at Boba and butt while wearing her green basketball shorts. Okay, I was not wearing my green basketball shorts. I was not wearing my green basketball short. At some point, while NASA was vacuuming, Loki looks at me and she was like, oh, Maya got me, which means bangs. And I'm like, ooh. I didn't even hear what she said. I just heard her say, oh, Maya got me, and then I started crying. But then she was like, oh, kawaii. I'm like, no, not kawaii. I'm like, I cut it too much. She was like, oh, you cut it too much, huh? And I'm like, yeah. And she was like, yeah, everyone does that at some point. And I'm like, all the JPs looking at me and they're like, everyone does that at some point. It's okay. And I'm like, this is your first impression of me. Mind you, I'm still wearing my hat because the first day I wore my hat. Because it was like gross. Because I just got off the plane too.
Who smoked the most weed? I don't think anybody smoked weed. I don't think anyone in FaZe smoked weed. I could be wrong. I don't think anybody smoked weed though. I know I saw a tweet from NASA. She said, or it was from Udoka, because Udoka said that NASA said the weed smelled good. She smelled someone smoking weed and she said it smells good. You know, this may be a shock to you guys, but I don't actually do fentanyl. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm a fraud. But, don't do that! Don't do that face at me! What? You're a phony! You're a big phony! Sorry, I'm sorry.
But the more common animal is a coyote. Guys, I was sharing so many fucking lame ass Vancouver facts. I was sharing so many lame as hell Vancouver facts while the girls were here. Like we'd be passing by old homes and I'd be like, oh, just so you know, this is a heritage home. Heritage homes is a status that homes in like Vancouver can receive if they've been can register and receive because they hold significant historical and cultural value. Usually most heritage homes are over 100 years old. They're usually built in 1912. If I think we were at the Vancouver block or something. I was just like, I'm surprised I retained so much knowledge from high school. Because none of this is stuff you would hear in your day-to-day. This is stuff you only hear in the classroom. I was really surprised. Cleo was actually asking me to take her to historical sites, and I was just like, oh, well, you could go to Gastown and you could see Blood Alley, The reason Blood Alley is named the way that it was is because back in the day, there were a lot of butchers that opened in Blood Alley, and in the morning, butchers would go into the Blood Alley and they'd dump out all the like drained blood from the animals that they prepared that day, and so the street was always paved in blood. And I was just like, wow. Like, to them, they were just nodding along like, and to me, inwardly, I was super impressed with myself because I was just like, whoa, I've retained so much historical knowledge. Holy shit. Welcome to Vancouver. Our voice acting industry is here somewhere. Oh god. Oh god. There is no voice acting industry, okay? There's no animation industry, which means there's no voice acting industry. And even then they're unionized to hell and back. His Dizzy history major confirmed, like, yeah, local history only. Did you get any donuts? You mean Lee's Donuts? I love Lee's Donuts. I've recommended Lumi to get Lee's Donuts multiple times. But I think, no, that's a thing. She was so excited because every time she comes to Vancouver, I tell her you should get these donuts. And she's just like, ooh, donuts! Like that, right? And every time she ends up not being able to get donuts because she comes too late or there's a huge lineup or something gets in her way, right? Well, this time she was so excited. She was so excited and she was just like, I'm gonna get Lee's Donuts this time. But we end up being so busy the entire day that she comes through. She never has an opportunity to get Lee's Donuts. And she's like, maybe I can get them in the morning. But she, like, Lee's Donuts doesn't actually open early enough for her to get the donuts before she has to go back. So then I feel really bad for her. That night, I go back to my place. I go back to my apartment. My dad and his friends got me a dozen Lee's Donuts. And I feel horrible because I'm not able to get them to her in time for her to experience Lee's Donuts. Did you tell her? No. No. I thought about it. I was like, hey, Lumi, would you want to swing by my place in the morning before you leave to have a donut? But I was just like, no, I want to keep all these donuts for myself.
So I checked out of the hotel and then went straight to the warehouse. And the warehouse is very cozy, surprisingly. It has a very cozy space for, like, I don't know, the office bit. And so Mary had to leave, I think, very early. Yeah, so went to the warehouse. How much did I yoink? Total? I've probably yoinked over, like, $300, $400 worth of merch. I've got a hat, 2 hoodies, 2 t-shirts,
I am Cleo and I
a jigsaw puzzle, 4 coffees, and there might be something else. Oh, I've got 2 art books. I've got 2 of the art books. So I've got the Phase Connect art book twice. Because Sakuna gave us the original version and then he was like, here, have the first edition as well. And I was like, oh, okay. No food? No food? No, we don't sell food. I think that's like a FDA issue, probably. Who's merch and who's coffee flavors? So I've got the Summer Camp t-shirt. So that's just the Phase Connect Summer Camp. I've got the Phase Invaders t-shirt, the one with the 4 mascots in like Tamagotchi form. I've got the Sheena hoodie. I've got the Jelly hoodie. I've got the Phase Invader jigsaw puzzle. I've got the Phase Connect t-shirts. I mean, not t-shirts, sorry. I got the Phase Connect art books. And then I got one of Sleepy's coffee, one of Mary's coffee, and then I've got 3 of my own coffees. The 4XL jelly hoodie. Yeah, they did have 4XL jelly hoodies. I got a large because I couldn't find any mediums.
Everybody was very sweet to me. I start to think, how do all these girls view me? Because of course I mentioned everybody treat me like a princess when I was there. They kind of treat me a little bit like a baby. Always making sure Where do you want to go, Mari? Who do you want to go with? We went out shopping with Dizzy, and we went to like buy Pokemon cards or something, and there was packs I wanted. They had like different packs of cards, and I pointed at the ones I wanted. I was pointing at the ones I wanted. Dizzy got like people to come help me, and I wanted 2 packs, and I pointed at one I wanted, and she puts her hand on my shoulder and she goes, "Tell them which other one you want, sweetie." She called me sweetie. Which other one did you want, sweetie? Which other one? And I like point and I go, the one with the common rider on it. Has a common rider cards. Maybe Dizzy is a little. Maybe Dizzy wants a baby. Maybe Dizzy is baby crazy. But I like Dizzy so much. Every single day I got up, I think every single day I was always saying, I hope we get to see Dizzy today. I hope we get to see Dizzy. I hope we get to see Dizzy. I hope Dizzy is coming. I hope we get to see Dizzy. Like, every day I was so excited because she's so excited to talk and is so nice. Maybe Dizzy is a little. Maybe Dizzy wants a baby. Maybe Dizzy is baby crazy. Dizzy, Dizzy, coffee, coffee time. Dizzy, Dizzy, coffee, coffee time.
Lumi wasn't there for a very long time. She was only there for like a day or two. I only saw her for about a day. So the first time I saw her was at this big group lunch. And I was like, oh my god, hi Lumi. Hi Lumi. And she's like, hi Uruka. And then we were sitting separately at the table, so I couldn't really talk to her much. But at one point, we were on the same side of the table. So it was like me, and then like, oh yeah, Mari was sitting next to me. So Mari switched seats with Clara. I forgot why exactly, but Clara and Mari switched seats. Which is like, at first I was kind of like, because I never really spoke to Mari before, but then I reminded myself, I'm like, I'm here to meet people. I'm here to meet people. So I start making conversation with Mari, and she's like pretty easy to talk to as well. So it actually was not that like it wasn't scary. Yeah, she's very nice, and we had some conversation and it was really nice. So it's me, and then to the left of me, Mari, then Dizzy, and then Lumi. So we're on the same side of the table. Mari's very chill. Yeah, she's really chill. She's really chill. Mari said you were very friendly and relatable. Oh really? I couldn't really tell how people felt about me. I couldn't really tell how people felt about me, so I was like a little worried, but if she thinks so, I think she's also very friendly and relatable. I think our personalities mesh pretty well. Like I didn't really speak to her that like really before, but from the experience of this one trip, I would say our personalities mesh pretty well. Because Lumi was on the same side of the table and she was like a little far away, I couldn't really like see her. But at some point, she goes, Uruka, look at me. And I was like, huh? I turn around, I go, huh? And then she just goes, oh. And I'm like, because I know exactly what she's looking at. She goes, oh. And I start covering it with my hands, and I'm like, ooh, ooh. And then Dizzy goes, I think you look beautiful. And it sounds so sarcastic that I go, Busu kawaii is the correct term. Shut up! Oh my god, shut up. Shut up!
Okay, so last day of the trip. It was Dizzy, Pipa, Sleepy, and I. Pretty much all day, because Mari had to leave early. And then, so what did we do? We basically went all over the place. I had boba tea for the first time. I never bothered to look up what boba tea is. So I assumed boba tea had a flavor to it. Like, when people were drinking boba tea, all of the people around the planet were having the boba tea flavor. I didn't realize boba tea is just various different flavors with the tapioca balls. I didn't realize that. So when we went in for the first time I ever went to a boba place, I was like, oh fuck, what do I get? And Dizzy was like, well, you like black tea, so maybe we get you the black tea latte, and then we can add some tapioca balls. So I had my first ever tapioca, or boba tea, and it was it was kind of boba is the name of the balls. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was just kind of like At the first, one of the things that I had issues with was when I was trying to drink it, and then I just kept sucking up the ball into the straw, and I was like, I want the drink, not the ball. This is just inconveniencing me. I just want the drink. I don't want the ball. Because then I eventually had one of the balls, and it was really chewy. It was just really chewy over and over and over, and eventually I managed to stop chewing it, and it like, you could swallow it, I guess. But yeah, it was okay. It wasn't anything to write home about. I think Dizzy got a bit sad because I was like, oh, this is weird. I wasn't sure if Dizzy was like about it. But I mean, I think Pipa and Sheena got like a nice flavored one, and they were really enjoying theirs. Whereas mine was just tasted like funky black tea, I guess.
Everything that we say and do with each other, I know sometimes to a lot of people, like, it can come across as crass, but, like, she's really sweet. We really care a lot about each other. So, no. Is Bits? She bullies me because she loves me! Did Pipa bully me? No, Pipa never bullies me. She did say that I look and sound like I'm from California, and she also called me a Stacy once, so that's something I'm never going to be able to let go of. I think my big takeaways are, I'm really grateful to finally, like, I think for a lot of girls who are VTubers or grow up online, it can be really hard to find people you can trust, and it can be hard to make friends, especially when you have niche interest. But being in Phase Connect makes me feel really comfortable because everybody's been really sweet. And the thing is, you kind of have to have everybody's best interest, right? You have to care about all these people because you're gonna be with them for a long time. And honestly, that's nice to know that everybody there is always going to care about you. I don't imagine any Phase girls are gonna be seeing this, but if they ever do, thank you guys. Thank you guys for taking care of me. Thank you, chat, for enjoying all of our off collabs and waiting patiently for me to return on my own channel. Thank you, Sakuna, for not being a bad boss. Because I hear so many stories about people working like actual big boy jobs and how bad their bosses are. And everybody always tells me shit like, Mari, never get a job. Never ever get a job. Like Sakuna, I don't know if I should say this, but Sakuna always says, never talk to boys. Never talk to boys, never get a boyfriend. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. And I was like, oh, okay. And so I'm looking out the window and I'm thinking, I'm like, I really hope we see some cool cars when we're here. Because we were like driving around and I was like, damn, some people here have nice cars. And I say something along the lines of, I hope we get to see a GTR. That would be so cool. And someone tells me that, I think Sakuna says, oh, that's a fuckboy car. And I go, oh, yeah, but I really want to see one. And either him or somebody else looks back and says, don't fall for it. And I just go silent. I just wanted to see a real cool car. But that's not what I was thinking. But okay.
We had a big lunch and I was like smack in the middle of the table. It's like kind of an awkward place to be because at first like Clara was there because she was like, I'm the buffer for the JPs because the JPs are all on one side of the table. They're like a line on one side of the table. Clara is like, I'm gonna be a buffer for the JPs, and then Uruka, you're gonna be next to me, and then Iori, you're gonna be next to, and I'm like, why am I a buffer for the JPs? Because I don't really but then Clara ended up moving, so like I don't really know what she's buffering anymore. So I'm sitting in the middle of the table. Both sides of the table are having completely different conversations. I don't know what to listen to because I'm not close enough to contribute to the conversation, and I'm just like, I don't really know which one to listen in on. So, I don't know which one to listen in on. I became JP. I guess I did. I guess I did. And then I actually ordered a steak. I ordered a filet mignon because it was like one of the smallest steaks on the menu, and I don't eat a lot, so I ordered the smallest one. I got it medium rare, and they served it to me well done. And I was like, this is the first time I've ever Karen'd in my life, by the way. I was like, waiter! Waiter! I asked for medium rare, but it's like brown inside. And they're like, oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. And they took it and they're like, we'll make you a new one, no problem. And they're like, and then they're like, it's gonna come out soon. Yeah. And then I was just sitting there in silence watching everyone eat. And then they're like, your lunch is on me today. And I'm like, awesome. I wasn't paying for it anyways, but cool. Thanks. I'm looking at my... Oh, yeah. Oh, no. We went to the warehouse after. But we had like 15 people. We had 3 cars and 15 people. So, you're like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? We all decided to go to the warehouse first. Sakuna starts dividing us into cars. And for some reason, we just always end up being somewhat racially segregated. He's like, yeah, you're gonna go to the white people car. And NASA's gonna be the diversity hire in the white people car. And like Sakuna just starts splitting off people into cars. And it feels like, you know, in elementary school, in PE, when you split teams for dodgeball and you like pick members for your team, that's what it felt like, except we were going 3 ways. Like, he was like, you go there, you go there, you go here, you go here, you go here. So I ended up being in a car with Sheena, Sakuna, Mari, and you. And I think Mari at first was gonna go with Pipa, but I don't recall why, but she ended up coming with us. And even though Sakuna was with us, he just climbed into the passenger seat of the car. His own car. He climbed into the passenger seat of his own car. And then like Pipa was driving, and Sakuna was like, I'll send you the warehouse address. But she was like, send it to someone else because my internet's not very good. So he was like, okay, I'll send it to someone in your car. But Mario at first was going to go in Pipa's car. So Sakuna sent the address to Mari. Mari came with us. Halfway through driving, Sakuna realizes that he sent the address to Mari, and no one in Pipa's car knew the address of the... It's like, where the fuck did they go? I couldn't believe I was still driving because this was the day right after the boat incident. Yeah, she hit his car into a boat, and he's still not gonna drive his own car. It's kind of messed up. It was kind of funny. People was just roaming Vancouver. I don't know. I don't actually know. Maybe they were just waiting for the address. Cause like we were just peacefully sitting in the car, and then Sakuna suddenly goes, "Wait, I sent the address to Mari, but Mari's in our car."
To be honest though, when I was in Vancouver, Canada, I saw the craziest ass of all time. I swear to God. I saw the craziest ass in my life. When we was walking around with Cleo and Clara and you. It was like a Friday night, so I think people were out to like go have fun. There was somebody walking in front of us who have the most, I don't think they even noticed, who have the most, they were like wearing a onesie, like one that like rides up your butt. I didn't even know that anyone in their life could have an ass like that. Like when they walk, it jiggles. I saw the legendary Gat and I couldn't take my eyes off of it. And I think I was the only one who noticed it. Like that Eminem song. Yeah, that shit starts playing in my head. Shake that ass for me. Shake that ass for me. Come on, girls, shake that ass for me. Shake that ass for me. Oh yeah, shake that ass for me. No, I wasn't drooling at it. I wasn't drooling at it. I was just, Myron. I was Myron, is what I was doing. It was respectful. I promise. There she go, shaking that ass on the floor, bumping and grinding that pole.
She learned about her wife's reading materials. Oh my god, I fucking resent that. I fucking resent that, guys. When Jelly messaged our group chat, and was like, do you guys really fucking read, like, white woman smut? How did I get lumped into this? How was I lumped into this shit, okay? I don't read white woman smut, I read yaoi. Depending on your perspective, it might be worse. Yes, I'm clearly a Fujo. It is loudly displayed. I am screaming it from mountaintops. If you are ever anywhere near the fucking Rocky Mountains high, and you hear, I love yaoi, it's probably me. Thank you. I just want to clear my name of these allegations. She's a 10, but she loves yaoi. 11, yes. Okay, auntie. Stop! I fucking hate the auntie allegations! Okay, I am an auntie. I do have nephews. I don't like being called auntie. No woman appreciates it. Name one fucking woman who desires that behavior. I don't like it. Dude, last year at Off-Kai, we'll tell this story just because it's topical. Last year at Off-Kai, I'm like walking down the stairs. I'm in a long dress, okay? I'm in a long dress. I go into the kitchen and Hina literally went, oh, Dizzy, you dress just like an auntie. I pause. I put down my orange juice and I put on a mini skirt. Why is it that anytime I'm not showing flesh, everyone accuses me of being an aunt? Every fucking time! Who says that shit? White aunts are still hot, okay? White moms are like... White aunts and white moms are like Stacy's mom. Asian auntie has very negative implications to it. You don't become an Asian auntie until you're 70. It's different. Michael Maverick Maver, thank you. You're an aunt, I'm an uncle, wanna be drinking buddies. I'm youngish. Oh, Deuce, thank you for 23 months. Hello, dearest. Do you know what my nephews have to call me? I am not just their aunt. I'm their youngest aunt. Get your shit together, chat. Get your shit together. I am not the aunt. I am the youngest aunt. If they refer to me to another person, they don't say my aunt. Okay? They know better than that. They say my youngest aunt, Dizzy.
When we got like closer to the warehouse, Sheena suddenly goes like, a lemon woman's doing worse than I am. And I'm like, what? And then I look in front and I'm like, wait a minute, is that Lumi's car? And Sheena's like, yeah. And I'm like, I look at the car in front of us and I'm like, she's not even in the lane. It's like She's driving so slow, and she's not even in the lane. It was so funny. She was like at least 1 foot into the opposite lane. I was like, what is happening? Like, first of all, she's driving hella slow. Not even in the lane. She pulls into a parking spot at the warehouse. Sheena pulls up in the spot right next to her. Lumi's still in the car. She slowly turns around and looks at us out of her window with her big auntie glasses on. I can't fucking do this. Lumi may look young, but she's a babushka. She doesn't look old. Like, she does not look that old. Like, she's not that old, and she doesn't look that old. But just like the aura sometimes, she has such an auntie aura sometimes, man.
Oh yeah, so we were actually gonna, so there was a fun plan. I think I'm allowed to reveal this. Dizzy and I were gonna maybe do an off collab at the warehouse in which we played Civ together. Because the original plan that I had for the last day, because my flight was in the evening but checkout was obviously in the morning, I was just gonna go to the warehouse and then do a regular stream. Just like stream all day, Uber food to the warehouse, and then just like, I don't know, just play games and wait for time to pass and then go to the airport. And then I was like, Dizzy, would you like to be involved in this? And she's just like, sure, why the hell not? And then I think Sleepy and Pipa were still around, so they ended up coming to the warehouse as well after their after they were done with the Airbnb. And then yeah, we all just kind of like ended up just hanging out, and so we were just having a good time hanging out with each other, so we never started the stream. So yeah, that's why I didn't end up streaming yesterday, because I think at the end of the off collab with Quest I was like, guys, I might stream tomorrow. So yeah, the reason was we were just having too good of a time just hanging out and yapping and going around Vancouver and seeing all the other places. So yeah. Oh yeah, so we hung out in the warehouse. It was a lot of fun just yapping about everything and anything all of the time. Lots of yapping. So much yapping that we didn't do the Civ collab, which was a shame. But I think we all had fun just chatting. And then yeah, we had dinner at the warehouse, which was nice. After that, I had to go to the airport, so I left. And I had maybe the worst flight I've ever had in my life. So the way back was more direct, so it was only 2 flights instead of 4 or 5. And it was, I think, 15 hours, and it was the worst flight I think I've ever had. So I apologize if I'm not super duper awake. If I do tap out early, I apologize. I'll try and stream as much as I can to like regular stream ending time, but I might tap out early because you've seen me yawn so far. I didn't get the best sleep because I had the 1-2 punch of, because I asked you earlier what is the worst things that you can have on a flight, annoying people and babies. I had crying baby 5 seats away. Crying baby 5 seats away. That sucked. That really sucked. Uruka kept saying she had to slouch to hear people. She is a lot taller than a lot of the members. That is true. She's taller than me, which was surprising because I thought I would be one of the... I thought I would be one of the tallest. But yeah, Uruka, very tall. Not like a huge difference, but she is definitely taller than me, yeah. It increases by 1 month when it renews. Oh, okay. Thank you for the super chats. Phone number Sen. Was the food and Tim Hortons coffee Pippa gave you worse than prison colony food? Yes.
You guys have better not have been like doom posting when I was gone. Two Amari streams on Tuesday. Woohoo! No, okay, good. Good. Sometimes I check in my stream chat when I'm offline just to see if anybody is talking in there. And I'll just see crying at 9 p.m. I'll just see emotes of crying. Where's Princess? She spies on chat. I'm nosy, okay? I'm nosy. I don't even think I'm the nosiest phase member, though. You know who sees everything I ever tweet? And everything every other phase member ever tweets? Lumi. Lumi sees everything. I don't know how she does it, but she definitely sees everything. I would say that I don't know what it is about the invaders, but I think the invaders are some of the, like, creepiest girls in terms of somehow being able to see everything. Privacy invaders. Does that include Quest? Yes, Cleo sees so much. She comments on everything. Everything! Now, I'm kind of like a secret creep because I don't comment on everything, but sometimes people do catch me liking things. I do see a lot. I see a lot, but I don't always say it.
After we stopped by the warehouse a little bit to check it out, and we went shopping afterwards. But there were like way too many people, so we ended up just like splitting up. I think Sheena and Mari were in Brandy Melville, and the rest of us were like, we don't wear this. Like, I'm walking around Brandy Melville. I don't know if you guys know what Brandy Melville is, but it's like the most basic. It's like a basic white girl clothes. To put it simply, it's like basic white girl clothes. Like not in a bad way, but it's just like basic white girl clothes. So I'm like in there, and I look around me. Every single person in this store looks exactly the same. They all look like they're already wearing clothes that are being sold in the store. And I'm like, I'm gonna leave. So we end up going to like a mall area. We meet up with like Pipa and Sleepy. They accidentally wandered into like a high-end department store area thinking it was a bar somehow. So we were there for a bit, and they were kind of shopping around, and I'm like, I don't know how to shop this kind of stuff. I do not know how to shop these kind of clothes. So I'm just there like watching. And then like some people go to like Dairy Queen or like the food court. And then Lumi's like, I kind of want Uruka, do you want some juice? And I'm like, I could. I don't need it, but I could. She's like, I want some juice. I'm like, okay, I'll come with you to get juice. Didn't end up hanging out with Lumi that much. At least not like, well, like we were in each other's presence, but didn't actually end up hanging out with Lumi that much. But we did get juice together. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, on the one hand, I was like, I want to hang out with Lumi. But on the other hand, I was like, I should probably get to know everyone else. So we ended up splitting up. So me, Pipa, Sleepy, Dizzy, Sheena, Lumi, and Sakuna went to a dessert place. Everyone else went somewhere else. And we tried, it was like a Chinese dessert place. It was really good, actually. We showed like Pipa and Sleepy a lot of like new foods and stuff, and they tried it, and they like surprisingly liked a good amount of it, even though like some of it was like kind of weird. I will say like huge props to Pipa. Like she's very open to trying new things. Like at first when the first time we went to Japan with Pipa, like I could tell she was kind of reluctant to try some things. But now she's very open to trying new foods. Like I'll just be like, hey, have you tried this? And she'll just give me her plate. Hey Pipa, have you tried this before? She doesn't say a word, she just gives me her plate. I'm like, okay, hell yeah. Hell yeah. After that, we kind of split up into smaller groups. It ended up being me, Sheena, Pipa, and Sleepy. We were back at the warehouse, and at this point most people would just like wordlessly probably just head back because they're like, I get the vibe sometimes that people want to do stuff but they're like, they don't know how to like ask, and then we just end up going back. But Pipa is very spontaneous and vocal, so she was like, I don't want to go home, and I'm like, oh, okay, me neither. Okay, let's do something. first we went back to their Airbnb because we all needed to pee. We all needed to pee. And then we decided to go to karaoke. So me, Sheena, Sleepy, and Pipa went to karaoke. And it was like a Korean karaoke place. And for some reason, this place would not take like any of our cards. Not cars, cards. For some reason, like Pipa was gonna pay. She tried to pay. It didn't work. I tried my card. It doesn't work. Sheena uses her card. It works. Why? I don't know. And then we got drinks, so we had to pay again. So Sleepy tries to pay. Sleepy's card did not work. I try my card. Does not work. Sheena uses her card. It works. I don't freaking know why. So, I have no idea why. And I was like, Pippa, have you used your card in Canada yet? She's like, yeah, I literally used it like earlier today. I'm like, that's fucked. What the heck? What the hell? What the helly? It's not like we didn't try to pay. Our cards just got denied. like so many of us tried to pay before Sheena. Just our cards just kept getting denied for some reason. And I offered to drive. She just said no. I offered to drive many times, but she said no. We were just having a good time. I don't really remember anything specific. But after that, we split ways. So Sleepy and Pippa went to their Airbnb, and then me and Sheena went to our Airbnb. And by the time I got back, Clara was knocked out, and I was like so worried about waking her up. But she had like a sleeping mask on, so it wasn't like the light. But I was worried about like noise, because I still had to shower and stuff. I was so worried about like noise, because she had to wake up really early. The JPs had to wake up really early. So I was being very careful. I was being incredibly careful. I showered and stuff, and then like I had to wait for my hair to dry, and I just sat on the couch for a bit because I'm like, I'm just gonna wait. When I was ready to sleep, I get to the bed, and I try to sit on the bed, but then I sit on the bed and Clara goes, ugh. And I'm like, shit. And I get up again. I'm like, oh god, okay. So I try to sit down again. I try to sit on the bed again, and she goes, and then I try to sit on the bed again, and she goes, I'm trying to, I'm like, I don't want to wake her up, so I'm like trying my best to like ease into the bed without making any any sound or any movements. She goes, but I succeeded. I wasn't sitting up on the bed. I was trying to get into, you know how when you lie down in bed, you have to sit on the bed first, then lie down. You don't just like move immediately from standing to lying down position. So I was trying to get on the bed first. I didn't want to wake her up because she seemed to be sleeping so peacefully, and she had to wake up really early. So I felt bad. I didn't want to wake her up at all. The next morning, I was so tired. By this point, the JPs already gone. I woke up like kind of vaguely while Clara was getting ready, and I was like 80% asleep, maybe 90% asleep. And at some point, I thought I was alone. I already told you guys this in the beginning, but I thought I was alone. I thought the JPs already left. I was just lying there like more than half asleep, like. Then at some point I turn around. I just get jump scared by Clara sitting on the couch, but she's not even facing me. She's facing the wall, and I'm like, what the hell? So, just go back to sleep. If I was more awake, I would have said like bye or something, because I'm probably not gonna see her for maybe like at least 6 months, you know, probably more. 8 months to a year. I'm probably not gonna see her for the next several months. If I wasn't so tired, I would have said bye. But I just went back to sleep. I went back to sleep. I woke up. By the time I woke up, all the JPs were gone. Lumi was gone. Oh, Lumi was in a different house. Segregation. Lumi was staying with like Pipa, their Airbnb. I was kind of sad. So, Like, not to be cringe or anything, but so, not to be cringe or anything, but I was kind of sad. By the time I woke up, so most people were gone. And then, literally, like, right when I wake up, Iori comes and I'm like, didn't you leave already? Like, where did you come from? She's like, oh yeah, I came back for a little bit just to, like, get some stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I assume she's gonna, like, come back again. But no, she just leaves afterwards. Okay. Like, I'm like really having bad luck with saying bye to people. At this point, I'm like, it's fine. Like, all the JPs are gone. Most people aren't, like, so it's fine. I don't need to spend that much time getting ready. So I forego the makeup. I just look crusty as hell. How drained are you at this point? I'm so drained. Like, I don't even have the energy to get ready. I'm so drained. But I'm like, it's fine. Like, I don't look that crusty. It's fine. It's fine. But I don't do makeup. And Sheena comes up. And then we just, like, chat for a bit. At this point, I give her a little charm thingy. Because I brought some gifts for people. The charms, I don't remember who I was gonna give to, but I was just like, I'll bring it just in case. I'll just bring it to give people. Just to give to people. I don't know who I'm gonna give it to, but we'll just see. And I'm like, because the reason why she knows about them is because Lumi has one. I gave one to Lumi in Japan. I gave one to Lumi. It's like a omamori. It's like a good luck charm that you get from shrines in Japan, except I found like these really cute, like funny looking ones. They're like furry and they have faces. And I gave one to Lumi in Japan, and it says it's for good health because she kept going, Uruka, can I sit down? So I gave her one that's for good health. And she came to the dinner to the lunch, and she was like, look, Uruka, I put it on my bag. And I'm like, oh my god. And she's like, Uruka gave me this because she thinks I'm old. And I'm like, no, I don't think you're old. No, I don't think you're old. But that's why Sheena knew what it is, and Sheena seemed to really like it. So I'm like, okay, I'll give one to Sheena. But reminder that Sheena drove Sakuna's car into a boat. And I had one charm that had a car on it that's supposed to be like good luck for like driving or like traveling. Initially, I was gonna give this to Sakuna because Sakuna is a very scary driver. He's a very scary driver. I was gonna give it to Sakuna, but then I was like, what if? I felt kind of mean though, so I didn't straight up give it to her. I had two of them. One of them was like good fortune, and then the other one was the car one. So I knew Sheena liked these kind of curse looking things too because I liked them, and so I hold them up to her and I'm like, do you want one? Do you want one? And she's like, oh my god, yes. And I'm like, you don't have to take the car one. And she's like, I think I have to take the car one. So she takes the car one, and she has it now. She has it now. Just so you know, I did not straight up give her that one. I feel like I was like, I think it would be kind of mean, but she took it. And then after that, we drove to the warehouse because we had to check out of the Airbnb. And we needed to drop our stuff off. And the other Airbnb was kind of like farther away. So we were like, we're just gonna leave our stuff at the warehouse. But we get to the warehouse and no one's fucking there. We're trying to contact Sakuna for like 20 minutes. He doesn't really answer. So I try to call him. He still doesn't answer. I try to call him online. He still doesn't answer. At this point, while my phone is ringing, I'm like fully prepared to just tell him that Sheena hit another boat. Except this time his car is in the ocean. Because I was so hungry. I was so freaking hungry and tired. If he picked up, I would have just said, Sheena drove your car into the ocean, okay? Me and Sheena were sitting in the car waiting for like 30-40 minutes. He's like barely answering. And all this time, our stomachs are growling. Like Sheena's stomach will growl like, and then mine will go. and then Sheena's will go. We were so hungry. Our stomachs were literally having a conversation. We were oh god, excuse me. We were so hungry. So we hit up like Pipa and Sleepy, and they're like, yeah, we want to come. Except they're like, oh, we just woke up and like and someone needs to shower and me and Sheena sitting there with our grumbling stomachs. We're like, I don't think we're gonna I don't think we can wait. So we just go. We just navigate to like a dim sum restaurant, and halfway there to the dim sum restaurant, Sakuna responds and he's like, lol, that one's not very good. I'm like, fuck, you could have just said that beforehand. So we end up going to another dim sum restaurant, and I will say that one was really, really good. But we ordered too much food. We fucked up. We ordered too much food. Sakuna calls up Pipa, Cleo, and not Mari. Mari's still sleeping. Sleepy. Cleo, Pipa, and Sleepy to finish our food. They come. They eat our food. Pipa tries chicken feet, doesn't like it. Fair enough. I wasn't there. Sheena dropped me off at the Airbnb and I did not see her for like 10 hours. After that, someone wanted coffee. So Sakuna's like, let's get coffee. We had to split into 2 cars because it didn't fit. So I was like, okay, I haven't been in Sakuna's sports car, so I'm just gonna go with Sakuna. Almost freaking died. The acceleration is so scary. I thought I was gonna die. I thought I was gonna die. It was really bad. It was really bad. So we get to the Starbucks and they're not freaking there. We wait for like 5-10 minutes. They're not there. Turns out they accidentally went to a different Starbucks. So we have to go to the different Starbucks. They're there. We get our Starbucks. I don't get anything because I'm water maxing. And then after that, we go to the warehouse and we're just hanging out at the warehouse, like looking at stuff in the warehouse. And we decide we wanted to do a stream. So we're like, okay, let's stream. And then Pipa starts like setting up stream. And we're like all good to go for stream. But suddenly people are like, oh, we need to use the bathroom. And remember, there's no bathroom at the warehouse. There's supposed to be a bathroom, but they haven't gotten like the permit or something to install the bathroom. Some people had to use the bathroom, so they're like, let's carpool to the bathroom because you have to drive to the bathroom. So they're like, let's carpool to the bathroom. So like 4 people went to the bathroom. And I kid you not, they were gone for like 30 minutes. Maybe more. And like Sakuna's just there like, where did they go? The nearest bathroom is only like less than a 5-minute drive. Like, did they just die? They were gone for a very long time. And they came back. And it turns out they went like way farther away than they had to go. And they hit traffic. So it took a while. And that's why the stream was later. It was gonna start earlier, but they were in the bathroom. And so we did the warehouse stream. It was pretty fun. I didn't really... all I did was draw on the boxes and sticker on things. And I kissed one of the boxes. Provoked by Dizzy. And then I actually left in the middle of that. I silently left in the middle of the collab. That's why I was quiet. It's because I wasn't there. Sakuna boss energy drawing from people. Yeah. Dude, when we were at that big lunch, because it was a lot of people's first time seeing some other people. So we like went around and like introduced ourselves. Like it's so funny. We would go around and we just like, I'm Uruka, and everyone would be like, yay! And we did this for everyone. Every person. There's 15 people. It's like, I'm Iori. Yay! I'm Clara. Yay! Like kindergarten. When it got to me, I'm like, I don't know how to. I'm just like, I'm Uruka. And everyone's like, yay! It's so funny, man. Yeah, it reminded me of like Alcoholics Anonymous or something. At least it wasn't like, I'm Uruka. Hi, Uruka. You forgot the FU. I just felt so awkward. I felt so awkward. I didn't know what to say. I'm just like, I'm Uruka. I think. I don't know what I am anymore. But yeah, even though I was like drained as hell, it was fun overall. Even though I was like high on anxiety. But it's because I was forcing myself into situations that I would not be comfortable being in. Because I'm like, how else am I gonna get to know them? You know, like how else other than forcing myself to talk to them am I gonna get to know them? I am very socially inept. especially at NASA. I'm like, I've known you for so long. Like technically I've known you for so long, but like we've never like really talked that much because of the language barrier. I was still very awkward, but I tried. I have the brainworms of like, I like to spend time with people, but I don't know if they actually want to spend time with me. Cause we're kind of obligated to be nice to each other. We're kind of obligated to be nice to each other, so I'm like, I can't tell if someone actually likes me or not. I can't tell if someone would actually want to hang out with me or not. Or if it's just because we have to be nice to each other. It's that crippling feeling. I get that. I'm like, I don't know. Do I seem like awkward or like off-putting in any way? Or it's just like, I feel like it's kind of cringe if I try to like, if I try too hard to be like, if I try too hard to talk to people or something. Like, I don't know if I'm like being cringe or not. Okay. Yeah. So that's kind of like a summary. Not even a summary. That's literally everything that happened. I have more of a vivid memory than I thought I do. That's literally everything that happened. Yeah. So it was really nice to meet everyone, and I really hope that we have a chance to meet again, I guess. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Everybody, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to Low Effort Clips. That's right, Low Effort Clips, right here on YouTube.com. Yeah, and hit the notification bell. Yeah.